Boreda a croesoi, the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026 here at the Wales National Pool in Swansea, Abertawe. The fifth and final day of racing, and as ever we are live and exclusive on ARCAE Sports YouTube throughout the day, as they have through the meet. It's been brilliant to have so many people tuning in to that live stream, just as it's been amazing to see so many of you here in the arena supporting the swimmers firsthand, cheering them on. I am once again joined by Jake Lee up here on the commentary gantry, and he and I, Will Shepherd, will be taking you through the action today. And of course, Jake, we have a fast and furious day to finish. We kick things off with the 50 backstroke and then straight into the 100 fly.
Yeah, just because we're on our fifth and final day doesn't mean the action is stopping. We've got a packed program for a nice Sunday before we all head off on our summer break. So yeah, lots of fast swimming with the backstroke up first. Looking forward to that. And then, yeah, some fast freestyle afterwards as well. So lots of opportunities remaining for these swimmers to get their hands on some medals if they haven't done already. And of course, for those swimmers who have already got a sizable haul from this week, a chance to add to that.
Yeah, we've had some really incredible performances throughout the week. Some swimmers that have particularly shone include a pair of Joneses, Zach Jones and Sam Jones. Zach Jones having won 6 golds across both IMs and then across the 100 and 200 meter distances in breaststroke and backstroke. Sam Jones, he's won 5, including across various freestyle distances. Sienna Hopton, 6 gold medals as well for the Wickham swimmer, including in the 400 IM. She picked up 3 golds on the first day and then 3 on each of the following 3 days. Maybe more golds for them to come today, as well as the relay golds at the end of the evening.
Yeah, well, that's something that I've just been so impressed by, is the versatility of these swimmers. They're not just focusing on 1 or 2 events. We've got swimmers in 8, 9, 10 events throughout the weekend, showing a real skill to be able to do multiple strokes, distances, events. So, yeah, it's been great to see.
Talking of real skill over various distances and different strokes, how about our officials as we bring them out for one of the final times to get day 5 underway? Please, could those of you here in the Wales National Pool give a big hand to our officials. And for this first session of the final day, your referee is Gareth Bennett and Cheryl Hegarty. Your AOE is Fran Flint. And your starter, Jeff Brown. Thank you, officials. You may be seated. So, as mentioned, we're going to start things off today with the 50-meter backstroke. So please turn your attention to the turn end of the pool. This event being run in 8 heats. Heat 1, your race referee. The final event in the backstroke program at the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026 sees 8 heats of the women's 50 backstroke. That'll be followed by the men's. And in this first heat, in lane 3 from Pembrokeshire County, we have Julia Ostrowski. Karis Edwards swims in 4 for Caerphilly, with Rocket J Morgan Bassini of Merthyr Tydfil in 5. And this is between Ostrowski and Edwards in 3 and 4 here, with Ostrowski managing to just nudge herself into a reasonable bit of a margin, although it diminishes slightly at the touch there. Edwards almost getting there. Ostrowski wins it with a 36.48 seconds. Edward, third, Morgan Bassini.
3 swims, 3 swimmers all underneath their entry time. That's a good start. Sign of things to come, I hope. On to Heat 2, your race referee.
Gwyneth Evans of Cardiff swimming in lane 1 with clubmate Isabel Cox in the lane to her inside. Navio Gwyneth's Isabel Hornby is in 3. Becca Richardson in 4 for Swansea Aquatics. Welsh Pool's Ella Banks in 5. Holly Buckley in 6 for Winsford. Pembrokeshire County's Catherine Koo in lane 7. Just 0.01 of a second separated Richardson and Banks on entry time, but Richardson is not hanging about to leave it as close here. She is going to lead her way into the flags. So the strongest challenge coming from Isabel Hornby in lane 3. And Hornby's going to be pretty close by the end. A 35.06 for Richardson in first. Hornby second and third going to Holly Buckley.
Yeah, it was a great last 5 metres for the swimmer from Swansea Aquatics. Getting her arm on the wall first in a new personal best. Next up, Heat 3.
The third heat in the water was Swansea Aquatics, Ellie Jenkins in 1, Cumbrian's Ruby May Bendon in 2. In 3, another Swansea Aquatics swimmer, Lola Goodman, Amy Grace Bull in 4 for Eastbourne, RCT's Ella Duggan in 5. In 7, Nancy Hughes for RCT with Swansea's Aquatics, Maris Williams in 8. Again, just a couple of hundredths that separate our middle lane swimmers. This time it's Duggan in 5, ahead of Bull. Bull may be passed here by Goodman in the closing meters. Can Duggan hold on in lane 5 ahead of Bull and Goodman? Yes, she does, the 34.44. Goodman does split the 2 middle lanes with Bull coming in third.
Yeah, great quick turnover in those centre lanes 4 and 5. Getting that power down early and getting it into the finish. Heat 4.
The fourth heat sees Nell Hughes swim in 1 for Novio Gwyneth. Isle of Man's Olivia Williamson is 2. Then another pair of Novio Gwyneth swimmers, Leah Williams in 3, Emily Sutton in 4, Evie Jones in 5 for Merthyr Tydfil, Wrexham's Ava Lednow Moulton in 6, Sky Bruce in 7 for Pembrokeshire County, and Ellen McCall-Jones absolutely gassing it in lane 8 for Hollywell. McCall-Jones could be the one to take this heat all the way out in lane 8. Unless Evie Jones starts to come through here in lane 5. Evie Jones looking for the touch. Oh, it's Leah Williamson in the end. Leah Williams with a 34.35 for first. Evie Jones second. And third, McCall-Jones.
What a finish in lane 3, Leah Williams. Fantastic throw back at the end there to get that arm on the wall first. Heat 5.
Isabella Upton-Borman of Novio Cigar in 1. Pembrokeshire County's Kellen Gilderdale in 2. Emma Worthington in 3 for Chirk. In lane 4, our fastest seed is the 26-year-old Faith Goodliff from Celtic Dolphins. Neath's Saren Holmes in 5. Hunneth Jones in 6 for Novio Cigar. Wrexham's Maya Jones in 7. And in lane 8, it's Penarreel's Marley King. Maya Jones looking good in 7. Just about ahead in front of Worthington in 3 and Jones in 6th. And Worthington gets the touch in the end with just 300ths then separating the two Joneses. Maya ahead of Hunneth in lanes 7 and 6.
Yeah, and that's a drop from her entry time as well for Emma Worthington. Just under 0.4 of a second, which is a sizable chunk over this 50-metre distance. On to heat 6.
Away from the wall in Heat 6, the first of the seeded heats. Penarreel's Seren Leyland in 1. RCT's Arwen Hughes in 2. Novio Gwyneth have Alau Edwards in 3. Honor Fox swimming in 4 for Cardiff. Novio Bangor's Grace Gillingham in 6. Emily Blake's in 7. Also for Cardiff with Newtown's Rennie Thurston in 8. And this is a good race so far for Honor Fox. Now in front, controlling it nicely here. Not putting in Not exerting more energy than she needed to. And make sure she gets through to the final with that 31.69.
Yeah, good, solid morning swim there for Honor Fox. She'll be hoping to be able to drop that down into the 30 points tonight, I'm sure. Let's see who can top that in our penultimate heat, Heat 7.
Torvines, Ava Hughes rolls in 1. Isabella Lidgett in 2 for Cardiff. Swansea University then stack out the next 3 lanes. Hannah Willis, Martha Stead and Emily Lush. Ella Kindred in 6 for Hereford with Novio Gwyneth, Serenity Thomas in lane 7. Will it be a Swansea? 1, 2, 3. Stead and Lush are certainly hoping to make it first and second for Swansea as Willis now comes through as well in that 3rd place, possibly looking for more. With the win, a 30.87, it's Martha Stead, Emily Lush 2nd, Hannah Willis 3rd, Swansea Uni 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, well, Swansea Uni clearly got some class in this event. Martha Stead putting down the fastest time we've seen so far. Should see her safely into tonight's final. On to our final heat, heat number 8.
Representing Bournemouth Collegiate Schools, Catherine McMaster in lane 1. Scarlett Robinson is in 3 for Ulverston, with Hereford's Ellen Winstanley in 4. The fastest seed in the competition, the only one with a sub-30 time. Lana Howes-Davis of Crawley in 5. In 7, Neve Stork from Cardiff. Neath's Carrie Bissix in 8. How close to a sub-30? Can Ellen Winstanley get here in lane 4? Howes-Davis wanting to go with her every stroke of the way. Robinson there as well. Here comes Winstanley. It's a 31.02. Howes-Davis in 2nd, 3rd to Robinson. And Winstanley saving something for the finals this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting final tonight for that event. Hopefully we can potentially see a sub-30 or 2. We'll have to wait and see. That concludes the women's 50 back. On to the turn of the boys. We have 7 heats. First heat, your race referee.
Gethin Jenkins of Bridgend County in lane 3, next to his teammate Nathan James. Eric Yeo of Cardiff then swimming in 5. And in this opening heat, by 25, our positions are already looking to be fairly set. Yeo leading, James in second, Jenkins in third. Yeo, the second fastest seed in this heat. But behind that here, though he did go for a long glide at the end, so 33.88. James second, Jenkins third.
Yeah, good solid start for the boys in Heat 1. Let's see what the boys in Heat 2 can do.
Novio Gwyneth, Sean Williams in 1. Jack Stewart Lavender in 2 for Novio Cigar. Tobias Bergham swims for the Forest of Dean in 3. In 4, it's Celtic Dolphins, Cole Morgan. Johan Everly in 5 for Shepshed. Taunton Deans, Leo Woodrow in 7. And Tobias Luke Bastion of Cardiff is in lane 8. Woodrow having a good swim. And will lead with 10 metres to go. Now Bergham and Morgan getting up to their maximum speed, and it's going to be between the three of them for the touch. Woodrow just takes it by only about 1700ths over Bergham, and then Morgan in third.
Yeah, big chunk off that time for Leo Woodrow. He's having a good week, several events throughout the course of these summer championships. On to our third heat, Heat 3, your race referee.
Chester's Tom Harris in 1. Torvine, Zach Williams in 2. In 4 from Cambridge, Alexander Pashley. Samuel Stanford, Jason of Salisbury in 5. Jack Harwood in 6 for Pembrokeshire County. Swansea Aquatics have Griffith Gray in 7. And it's Elian Galebraith in 8 for Novio Cigar. Cambridge swimmer Pashley bolting clear. A 31.31. Here's entry time. I think he's going to go well underneath that. Yes, he does. A 29.85. Fantastic swim from Pashley, with Harwood following home in second and Williams in third.
Well, great to see our first sub-30 50-metre backstroke of the morning. I'm sure he'll be happy with that, dropping underneath that magic 30-second barrier. On to heat number 4, your race referee.
A full 8 here with Marcus Fudge swimming in 1 for RCT. Merthyr Tydfil's Jake Samuel in 2. In 3 from Torvine, Owen Spinks. Joe Hamer in 4 from Hereford. Just 300s behind him on seeding. Dylan Williams in 5 for Cambrian, with RCT's Henry Gilligan in 6. In 7, swimming for Swansea University, Stacey Joseph and Joseph Stacey, with Thomas Williams in 8 for Bristol. Owen Spinks just racing ahead of the rest of the pool here to a 29.35. It feels like it should be in a much later heat. Second, Hamer. Third is Gilligan.
Well, he's clearly seen Alex Pashley in the heat before go sub-30, and he's gone, you know what? I want to get amongst that action. has done, and a big smile on his face, and he deserves that. Well done, Owen. On to our seeded heats. Heat number 5, your race referee.
Novio Gwyneth, Enzo, Shilan Griffiths in 1, Alfie Doyle in 2 for Torvine, Droitwich is Alexander Payne is in 3, Swansea University's Hubert Jasinski in 4, in 5 from Pembrokeshire County, Solomon Silverstone, Blake Davis in 6 for Cardiff, Bridget Skethan Lewis in 7, and Richie Samuel Park in 8 for Conway. 4 of these swimmers coming in with sub 30 times, so we may well see another bunch tumble here. And towards the wall they come. Jasinski just ahead of Silverstone, and it's Jasinski that takes it in a 28.40. Just under 3/10 ahead of Silverstone in second, with Payne third.
Yeah, and he looked comfortable there, Jasinski. Still underneath his entry time, but he looks like he's got more to give. Hopefully we'll see what he can do in the final tonight. Heat number 6, your race referee.
Stockport, Dylan Hughes in 1. In 2 and 3, Cardiff swimmers Cameron Deacon and Oliver Rickson. Alfie Hawkins in 4 for Swansea University. And then another pair of Cardiff swimmers, Evan Winstone in 6 and Harry Miles in 7. And it's Winston looking to go with Hawkins all the way here. Winston just about ahead as they come under the flags, but I think Hawkins is going to come through towards the end. Winston with a long reach. Hawkins gets the touch. 0.05 ahead of Winston, and then Rickson third.
Yeah, 2 swimmers in those 28s. Evan Winston dropping down from his entry time of 29.8 down to that 28.7, so big drop for him. Let's see what our final heat has in store. Heat number 7, your race referee.
We've been gradually getting more and more sub-30 swims as we've gone through the heats here. How many in this final one? Matt James in 1 for Worcester. Novio Gwyneth, Elliot Miller in 2. Yolo Thomas in 3 for Torvine. Swansea University have Daniel Johnson in 4, coming in with a 27.74. Mount Kelly's Oliver Doughty in 5. In 6, Max Elms from Novio Cigar. Ellesmere's Reece Lynch in 7. And in 8 from Swansea University, it's James Holland. Johnston comfortably clear here. Doughty following him in 2nd. And 3rd, well, it should go to Yolo Thomas, and he does take it. Johnson with a winning time of 27.53. 2nd, Doughty. 3rd, Thomas.
Yeah, definitely staking his claim as the top seed going into the night's final. Daniel Johnston, it was a great start, 15 underwater, and he led from start to finish. Good swim from him. That concludes the men's 50-meter backstroke. We now move on to the 100-meter butterfly. Girls first. We have 8 heats in the female 100 fly. Heat 1, your race referee.
In this opening heat, we have 5 swimmers taking to the water. Merthyr Tydfil's Rocker J. Morgan Bassini swimming in 2. In 4, Fionn Griffiths of Pembrokeshire County. coming in with a seeding time of 1:17.86, which is 0.04 quicker than that of Ava Davis in lane 5, racing for Avon Valley, and it is the two of them who will get to the turn first. Heidi Rogerson is in 6 for Cambrian, with Torvine's Pippa Lawn in 7, and there is the lead for Griffiths over Davis, but it's a tight field.
Yep, great to see two of our multi-classification athletes. We've got Heidi swimming in the S10 and Pippa Lawn swimming in the S14 classification. So we'll be interested to see what British para point scores they can produce.
Rogerson currently holding 3rd in the water, regardless of power points, and may well get herself up into 2nd ahead of Davis by the end. She's motoring past now. There's our clear winner. Fionn Griffiths coming back in a 1:16.98. Rogerson is 2nd with a 1:18.86. 3rd to Davis. 4th is going to be Rocker J. Morgan Bassini. And Pippa Lawn of Torvine coming in with a 1:30.67.
Well, as those swimmers clear the pool, I think we'll have to keep an eye on Heidi, because that's a great drop from 121 down to 118. Potential for a Welsh power record there. We'll have to double check that, but great swim from her. On to heat number 2, your race referee.
Wickham District's Ella Luxton swimming in lane 1. Evelyn Morgan in 3 for Novio Cigar. Swansea Aquatics have Evie Goodman in 4, Amelia Stenson in 5, racing for Cirencester. In 6, it's RCT's Amy Price, with Kira Williams in 8 for Conwy. Quite even here, up to 40 metres. Maybe Stenson just edging ahead towards the wall. Who will get the touch at 50? It is Stenson over Goodman, Price, Williams.
Yeah, well, as we watch this heat unfold, I've just checked the Welsh power records. Heidi was just 6/100ths away from Rebecca Lewis's S10 100-metre butterfly Welsh power record, so I'm sure she'll have that in her sights for next time. Just 6/100ths away.
Well, she should have the multi-classification final this evening to give it another shot. She's looking very good this morning. Amelia Stenson in 5. Coming in here, building on that lead she had at 50 to make a comfortable winning margin by 100. Goodman 2nd, and 3rd, Amy Price.
Great second heat there. Moving on to heat number 3, your race referee.
Backing out the pool for this 3rd heat with Bridgend County's Hannah Davis-Jones in 1, Becca Richardson in 2 for Swansea Aquatics. In 3, RCT's Mia Ryan, Ruby May Cooksey-Owen in 4 for Cardiff, Cumbrian's Holly Kersley in 5. In 6, racing for Novio Gwynedd, Emily Sutton. Scarlett Ballinger goes in 7 for Rhondda, and Pembrokeshire County's Freya Thompson in lane 8. So this is going to be another tight heat at the 50-metre turn. Mia Ryan leading by just 0.02.
Well, yeah, the swimmer from RCT's decided she's going to take this heat to the rest of her opposition, going out strong. The swimmers in these golden lanes in the centre starting to come back at her now, but she has got a body length lead on the field.
The lime green cap of Mia Richardson slicing through the water ahead as she comes down now towards the finish. It's going to be a good time. It's a 1:11.62. Sutton following home in second. Davis-Jones up to third.
Yeah, good 2-second drop there for Mia Ryan of RCT. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Moving on to heat number 4, your race referee.
Isabella Taffet-Salfa of Novio Cigar having a lovely start off the blocks there. Lexi Roberts in 3 for Oswestry. Carrie Bissix in 4, swimming 4. Neath in 5. Novio Gwyneth Nell Hughes starting to build up a little bit of a lead. In 6 from Pembrokeshire County, Emily Dash with clubmate Una McFarlane in 7. And Grace Brady in 8 for RCT. Could Brady make it 2 RCT wins in a row? She's going to come to the wall in a good position. Lexi Roberts leading by about half a second. Roberts from Hughes with half a length to go on the return 50. They rumble their way into the closing 10. And the field still fairly tightly packed together after this top 2 of Roberts and Hughes. Who's going to get there for third? Carrie Bissix between the 2 of them just beats the rest of the competition.
Well, lane 3 is doing well. 2 wins in a row for that lane. Moving on to heat number 5, your race referee.
Wrexham's Maya Jones in 1. Ellen Matthews in 2 for Cardiff, emerging from the depths in the lead. RCT's Lily Williams in 3. In 5 from Cardiff, Jamie Adams. Anastasia Kazmarek of Novio Cigar swimming in lane 6. In 7, Maris Williams from Swansea. And Torv Irons, Ava Hughes Rolls is in 8. Good swimming on either side of the pool here. It's going to be between... well, our times don't come up on the board, but to me it looked like it was between Kazmarek and Matthews at that far turn. And Matthews now leading the charge back down the pool. Kazmarek in 6, just a little bit ahead of Adams in lane 5, but it's going to be really tight. And Ava Hughes Rolls in lane 8. Maybe moving past the both of them now, and even moving up and level with Ellen Matthews, but Matthews might just have enough to hold on here in the closing meters. Matthews is coming to the wall. She'll take the win, and Kazmarek second. Hughes Rolls third. Jamie Adams in 4th. Really tight with that top 4.
Yeah, she's having a good meet, Matthews. Several swims already, and a good drop from her entry time there, over a second off that. So good swimming from the swimmer from Cardiff. Moving on to heat number 6, your race referee.
Libby Geach swimming in 1 for Novio Cigar with Daisy Dewsbury in 3 for Swansea University. Cardiff have the middle 2 lanes here. Isabel Morgan and Edith Lee. Morgan coming in as the fastest seed in this first seeded heat, a 1:03.74. Laurie Lewis in 6 for Neath, and then 2 more Cardiff swimmers in 7 and 8, Mari Gibson and Lola Tejado. Could it be a Cardiff 1-2? It's a Cardiff 1-3 at the first turn. Morgan leading, Lee in 3rd, 2nd is Lewis. Well, Lewis looking to try and move her way past the two Cardiff swimmers, both ranked above her on entry times. Lewis and Morgan really tight as they pass the flags. How much will come down to who has the best final stroke? In the end, Lowry Lewis with the win, a 1:05.39, 0.05 up on Isabel Morgan in second, with Daisy Dewsbury third.
Yeah, and those top two should be making their way into tonight's final, and they'll have another chance to have that showdown again later tonight. Moving on to heat number 7, your race referee.
Janelle Blanche and Megan Davis of Swansea University in lanes 1 and 2, and Blanche going really well off the blocks. Fionn Ellsby Adams in 3 for Millfield, with Hereford's Ellen Winstanley in lane 4. And over in 6, 7 and 8, we've got Emily Hall of Warrington, Eva Doifer-Clark from Novio Gwyneth, and Ellesmere's Molly Bates. And Doifer-Clark, a wonderful meet for her, winning medals every single day, gold medals every single day. A 29.50 opening split here. She leads from Emily Hall and Ellen Winstanley.
Several of these swimmers doubling up. We've seen them in the 50 back already. So potentially some tired legs out there, especially in these last 15 minutes, which could open the door for some outside lanes to get in on the action.
How about this top 4 coming in to the closing meters? Ellsby Adams, Winstanley, Hall and Doiver-Clark, and it's Ellsby Adams that comes through, and in the end comes through pretty clear with a 1:04.82. Winstanley second, and Hall and Doiver-Clark with 1:06.50, both of them tying for third.
Well, she looks cool as a cucumber, and she'll be sailing in to that 17-year-old final later on tonight. On to our final heat, heat number 8, your race referee.
Well, sadly, we are without our pre-race fastest seed, which means that Lucy Grant in 5 for Swansea University is now the quickest swimmer in this race coming into it with a 1:04.34. We've Rebecca Jones of Coventry in 1, Conway's Amelia Sinovich in 2. Another Swansea Uni swimmer is Hannah Willis in 3. Caradon's Megan Daniel in 6. Megan Cumner in 7 also represents the Uni, with Marley Roberts of Novio Gwyneth in lane 8. At the turn, Lucy Grant just ahead of Megan Daniel and Grant's clubmate Cumner.
Yeah, she looks strong here, Lucy, from Swansea Uni. Again, a name that we've seen several times this week already.
Grant, Daniel, Cumner, the order at 50. The order as they go past 80. And unless Willis can split them, it could have been the order at 100, but Willis does come through. Grant will take the win with a 1:05.13. Second for Megan Daniel. Third, Hannah Willis in this closing heat.
And as those swimmers exit the water, we will move on to the boys event 514. The boys 15 and over 100 meter butterfly. We have 8 heats in this one. Heat 1, your race referee.
The 4 swimmers in this opening heats are Dylan de Cruz of RCT in lane 3, Sebastian Parfit from Cardiff in 4, Merthyr Tydfil's Jake Samuel swims in 5, while in 6, From Ronda, we have Mateus Sukula. Three and a half seconds separating these four swimmers on entry, and it is our quickest of those, Sebastian Parfit, who turns first at 50.
All these swimmers' entry times in between a 1:08 and a 1:12. See how close they can get, if not underneath. Sebastian Parfit looking excellent at the 75-meter point.
Parfit in control, and then a decent contest between De Cruz and Sukula in 3 and 6 to try and get second place behind Parfit. Parfit gallops through in a 1:04.14. That's a huge drop. Sukula taking second, third De Cruz, and fourth will be Samuel.
Well, it was a really well swim from Parfit. Very easy to let those hips drop in the last 15, but he kept them high, kept efficient, and a good strong finish as well for that big drop. Moving on to heat number 2, your race referee.
Torvines, Noah Jones in 1. Getting off to a strong start along with Tobias Bergam in 2 from the Forest of Dean. Thomas Williams in 4 for Bristol. In 5, Solomon Bartram from Bridgend County now starts to nudge his way in front to the swimmers either side of him. Henry Gilligan in 6 for RCT with Shepshed's Johan Everly in 7 and Liam Rees in 8 for Newport. At the turn, it is Bartram from Bergam.
Well, one of the great things of these meets is seeing swimmers' progression over time. And Solomon Bartram is one of those swimmers who, every time we see him, he seems to have grown in stature and ability, and he's looking really, really good here. Entry time 1:07.59.
Into the closing meters. It's a good swim from Bergam, holding second and third right now, just with Noah Jones. There's the winning time of 1:04.21 for Solomon Bartram. Second, Bergam. Jones will take third, ahead of a tightly contested pack.
Yeah, once again, a very well swam race from the swimmer from Bridgend County. Let's see who can top that in heat number 3, your race referee.
Bridgend County's Elliot Duggan is in lane 1. Hugo Harvey in 2 for the City of Cardiff. In 3 from Pembrokeshire County, it's Jack Harwood. In 4, Elian Galbraith of Novio Cigar, coming in with a time just 500ths quicker than that of Owen James in 5, racing for RCT. Newport have Tom Davis in 6, St Neots, Ethan Wolseley in 7, and then in lane 8 from Cardiff, it is Tobias Luke Bastian. And the swimmers coming to the turn pretty much in unison across the pool. Duggan leading in the outside lane 1 with a 30.31. .20 to go. Nothing to choose between these swimmers. Wolseley in 7, trying to burst his way ahead in the closing stages. A fine meet that Wolseley has had swimming for St Neots. Then he comes to the wall in the lead with a 1:04.93. Second will be confirmed for Galbraith, and third, Davis.
Well, these boys showing real consistency here. The first 3 heats all won in a 1:04 point. I'm sure the lads in heat 4 will be hoping to dip under that and show the fastest time we've seen this morning. Your race referee.
Torvines, Zach Williams in lane 1. Decent start from Cameron Deacon in 2 for Cardiff, maximising his underwater section. Thomas Evans in 3 for Kingston. Cardiff's Blake Davis in 4. Also getting off the blocks well. Penarill's Kobe Chapman in 5. Just .02 separating Davis and Chapman coming into this. Alexander Pashley in 6 for Cambridge. Novio Cigars, Thomas Williams in 7. And in 8, it's Noah Wilson racing for Hereford. Blake Davis leading with a 29.72, the only one of the 8 swimmers to go sub-30 on that opening 50. And it will be Davis with 25 to go. His Cardiff teammate maybe now being caught and passed by Evans between the two of them. But still, Davis keeping his nose out in front as Zach Williams of Torvine finishes really strongly, and it could well be Williams that gets the touch. It is by .08. Williams first, second Davis, and third on the other side of the pool, Thomas Williams.
Well, one of the closest heats we've seen so far, but Zach Williams showing that you can win from lane 1 in those outside lanes, and a great swim from him. Fantastic last 15 metres. Next up, heat 5, your race referee.
We move past halfway in these heats for the men's 100-metre butterfly. Archie Thomas of Cardiff in 1, Gethin Lewis in 2 for Bridgend. Swansea Aquatics have Osham Richardson in lane 3. In 5, Solomon Gwynfield racing for Cardiff. Clubmate Harry Miles to his outside. Droitwich's Sebastian Payne in 7. And in 8, racing for Swansea University, it is Lloyd Jones. This is going to be interesting at the wall. It looks like it's going to be the Cardiff pair towards the front. Well, no, Gethin Lewis getting the touch just ahead of Richardson. Cardiff then in 3 and 4. And the middle lane, the empty middle 4, separating those 2 pairs of swimmers as they come into the final 20 metres. Gwynfield now certainly ahead of Miles, and with a margin on Lewis. Richardson dropping back. Lewis needs to be careful of Thomas. There's the win for Gwynfield, 103.49. Second, Lloyd Jones down in lane 8. And third, Archie Thomas in 1.
Yeah, it was a good last 50 for Solomon Gwynfield, City of Cardiff, and he touches the wall with the quickest time we've seen so far, 103.49. Moving on to our seeded heats. Heat number 6, your race referee.
Well, lane 1 and 8 claiming second and third in the last heats, and lane 1 winning the heat before that. Good to see that the theme of the outside lanes performing strongly at the Summer Championships continues into the final day. Right now, it's a middle lane lesson, a middle lane domination from Lucas Staines of Swansea University in 4, coming in with a 57.63. He's going to turn at 26.22, well in the lead. The other swimmers in the pool, Oliver Doughty in 1 for Mount Kelly. Torvine's Yolo Thomas in 2, Sammy Pricer in 3 for Ellesmere, Novio Cigars, Johan Cressy Rogers in 5, Benjamin Greenslade in 6 for Tiverton. In 7, it's Torvine's Owen Spinks, and in 8, Novio Gwynnis, Elliot Mileur. Strange to see Mileur out in the lane 8, and as we can see from the swim, he's unlikely to be in 8 when it comes to the finals later on today. Staines coming home well clear in lane 4. He records a 57.02. Second will be Cressy Rogers, 58.98. Mileur just over the minute in third, and then Sammy Pricer the best of the rest.
Well, I think Lucas Staines has been working on his butterfly. He won a tightly contested 50 fly title last night, and he's looking good to repeat that for the 100 metres with a time of 57.02. On to heat number 7, and this is a stacked heat. Your race referee.
in this 7th heat. We have a really good start from Wrexham's Reece Darby in lane 4, coming in with a 56.38. Finley Phillips swims in 1 for Novio Segar. Conway's Reggie Samuel Park in 2. Jack Cavill in 3 for Cardiff. Dexter West in 5. Racing for Pembrokeshire County with Torvine's Johan Mills in 6. And then the other side, the empty lane, RCT's Freddie Brock at the turn. Derby from West in those middle lanes. Who gets the best launch off the wall? Well, it does look to be our leading pair, closely pursued by Torvine's Johan Mills. Our swimmers throwing those arms forward and really generating an incredible amount of power as they come back down the pool towards the finishing end. And on the breath, you can see Dexter West just checking to see where Derby is each time. Derby is out in front, and he comes back in a 57.80. West also sub 1 minute, and third will just be taken by Johan Mills ahead of Jack Cavill.
Yeah, well, Derby touching in a time 57.8. It's going to be a good showdown tonight between him and Lucas Staines. Dexter West sailing his way into the 17-year-old final, nice and safe. But we have one more heat to go, which is heat number 8, your race referee.
We're seeing our middle 2 lanes, a pair of Swansea Uni swimmers that had gone sub 1 minute coming in. Morgan Pugh in 3 with a 59.64. Now the quickest in the water, racing for Torvine. In lane 1, Cum Brown's William Davis. In 2, Lucas Goody de Diego of Guildford. Oliver Rickson swims in 6 for Cardiff with Nahum Fisher in 7 for Black Lion. Racing to the wall, and he's going to have a really comfy margin, over a second ahead of Morgan Pugh at that turn. Ned Griffith in lane 8 for Cardiff as Fisher continues to scorch clear. Fisher having had an excellent meet here for the Black Lion Club. And inside the final 15, he has more than a body length on Morgan Pugh, who's fighting hard to stay ahead of Oliver Rickson. The 57.78 is the finishing time for Nahum Fisher. A minute dead for Morgan Pugh. And third, Oliver Rickson.
Well, Fisher's entry time, 1:02.16. And he's dropped that down to a 57.78. So he's going to be contesting Reece Darby and Lucas Staines in that final later on tonight. That concludes the men's 100-meter butterfly. We're going to get on with the female 15 and over 400 freestyle in a second. This is a heat declared winner event. And just a call for any remaining swimmers for this event, please head to marshalling now. Let's get on with heat number 1, your race referee.
Yeah, I think we're just having a little moment here before we get underway with this 400-meter event. We had the men's yesterday, who were really exciting. So we saw swimmers triumphing in the different age groups. So we will, by the end of the 6 heats, have a winner in the 15, the 16, the 17, and the 18 and over age category. And we had swimmers that, some that had succeeded in the 1 and the 200 meters, managing to repeat their feats over the longer distance. We had some swimmers who'd done well in the 1500 meters, also doing well in the 400, showing real breadth of swimming ability. The men's 800 will follow this women's 400. Heat 1, your race referee. Bridgend Counties, Olivia Butler, swimming in lane 1. Welsh Pools, Ella Banks in 2. In 3, Sky Bruce of Pembrokeshire County. Leah Williams in 5 from Nuvio Gwynedd. So let me start that again, because I started reading up instead of down. Olivia Butler swims in 1 for Bridgend County. Welsh Pools, Ella Banks in 2. In 3, Swansea Aquatics, Ellie Jenkins. In 4 and 5, 2 swimmers with identical entry times of 5:06.90. Pembrokeshire County's Una McFarlane and Nuvio Gwyneth's Leah Williams. In lane 6, it's Sky Bruce, also from Pembrokeshire County. And then Cardiff's Lily Rice in lane 8. A fast first 100 from Williams in 5 and Bruce in 6. Slightly quicker stroke rate for Williams over Bruce, and we'll see whether that continues after the turn, as Ella Banks caught and passed both of them in lane 2, a 1:12.89 after the opening 100.
Great to see Commonwealth medalist from Birmingham 2022, Lily Rice in the pool, swimming in the S8 category. The 400 freestyle is a relatively new event for Lily, but she's been really focusing on it this season. She had a great result at the Aquatics GB Summer Championships a couple of weeks back.
Banks now down to 3rd, Williams up to 1st, but by just 0.02 of a second over Sky Bruce. It's going to be tight all the way between Williams, Bruce and Banks.
Yeah, the time Lily swam at the Aquatics GB meet, 5:16.05 to take gold in the multi-classification event.
The battle continues to rage between Bruce and Williams. Banks just a little bit behind now, and then holding 4th is Butler in lane 1, just ahead of Jenkins in 3. And a nice contest as well between McFarlane in 4 and Rice in 8.
So with the heats which have finals for tonight finishing with those 100-meter butterflies that we've just seen, that means that the withdrawals desk will be closing shortly. So any withdrawals for tonight's finals, please make your way over to the withdrawals table just beneath the scoreboard on poolside as quickly as possible. That table will close at 5 minutes past 10, so approximately 20 minutes time.
Our leading pair breathing towards each other as they come towards the bell, knowing exactly where the other is. Stroke rate slightly higher for Bruce, but a longer glide for Williams, allowing her into the lead, and that's a really good turn that suddenly changes the complexion of this race completely as Leah Williams ups the pace into the final 100.
As these girls take the bell, we do have a disqualification to announce. That was in event 514. 514, heat 5, lane 2. That's a disqualification. 514, heat 5, lane 2.
The final turn for Williams and Bruce. And Williams in that 50 from 300 to 350 looks like she has done everything she needs to lock this victory. But it's going to be really close for 3rd, because Jenkins has caught Banks and is going with her stroke for stroke here, kicking as hard as she can, as Williams will cruise now to the close and record a time of 5:04, 82.1 quicker than her entry. Sky Bruce second, and the third place does go to Ella Banks in the end, just staying ahead of Jenkins by around about a second at the end. Close as well for fifth. It's Butler. We're waiting for Butler's time to be confirmed, but McFarlane just ahead of Rice, and Rice getting a 5:26.63, so that's another good drop.
Yeah, there's going to be some high power points for Lily, I'm sure, with that time, 5:26.63. Really, really solid from her. Moving on to Heat 2, your race referee.
Evelyn Morgan of Novio Cigar swimming in 1. Ariana Sullivan of Torvine in 2. In 3, it's RCT's Mia Ryan with Ella Luxton of Wickham District in lane 4. Novio Cigars' Isabella Davis is in 5. Ellie George in 6 for RCT with clubmate Grace Brady outside her. And Daisy Sale in 8 for Conway. Under a second, separating our middle 4 racers. Ryan, Luxton, Davis, and George, but with no interest in finding herself 5th behind them. Ariana Sullivan is bolting clear for Torvine in lane 2.
Yeah, she is taking it to the rest of the swimmers. It's a good way to swim the 400 freestyle. We're seeing more and more of this tactic at the senior international stage. Swimmers going for it as quick as they possibly can. The likes of James Guy, we've seen at the recent Aquatics GB using this tactic. Sam Shaw as well at the Commonwealth Games, trying to break those opposition. No risk of anyone drafting if you use that tactic. We do have a couple of withdrawals to announce in event 511, the girls 50 metre back, 18 plus. Hannah Willis has withdrawn. So the replacement is Arwen Hughes from RCT. And in event 512, so the men's 50 metre back, 18 plus, Matt James has withdrawn, and the replacement is James Holland from Swansea University in the first reserve position.
Well, our swimmers coming now towards the halfway point. Sullivan still looking nice and fluid in lane 2. Tight between Davis in 5, Sale in 8. And then in lane 3, Mia Ryan trying to get herself up amongst that battle. 2:19.70 on the board for Sullivan, giving her a lead of around 8 seconds. But just 100th between Davis and Sale at the halfway turn. Ryan does look to be upping the pace here.
Yeah, and if Ariana Sullivan can replicate that time for the first half of the race, 2:19, she's going to be over 20 seconds under her entry time, so she'll be hoping she can replicate that and hold on for a big PB here. If we could have a representative from Novio Cigar and also Bridgend County to please head to the withdrawals desk underneath the scoreboard. So that's a coach for Novio Cigar and Bridgend County to head to the withdrawals desk to meet the technical director. Thank you very much.
Sullivan coming to the bell. Sullivan recording a 5:03.38 as her entry time. Looks to be able to go well underneath that. Daisy Sale turning with decent margin now for second. 3:44.10 on the clock for her. Davis in third, and Ryan still in that fourth position, but with every chance of improving up over the final 100. Ellie George in 6 and Grace Brady in 7. They spent a lot of this race very closely together in the two adjacent lanes. And Sullivan has already turned for the final time and makes her way back down this Welsh national pool. She will stop the clock with a really impressive time. Sullivan looking to qualify, or looking to be fastest in the 16-year-old age category.
And there she goes. That's the marker for the rest of the swimmers to try and catch. 4:49.37. 14 seconds off her entry time, and she's happy with that. Big celebration. Closely followed by Daisy Sale of Swim Conway, who breaks the 5-minute barrier. So well done to her. That's a good 7 seconds off her entry time, so big PB for her. Isabella Davis coming in third.
Yeah, Davis will set the benchmark time for the 15-year-old age group. And she does so with a 5:03.91.
Well done, swimmers. On to heat number 3, your race referee.
Heat 3 has Elizabeth Glittold in lane 2, racing for Pembrokeshire County, with Aurelia Innocent in 3 for Cardiff, Maria McQuaid from the same club in 4, Freya Thompson is in 5 for Pembrokeshire County, Bridgend County's Hannah Davis-Jones in 6, Scarlett Ballinger in 7 for Rhondda, and in lane 8 it's Novio Cigars, Fionn Philpott. McQuaid with a 32.99 opening 50, just ahead of Innocent and Clissold in the lanes to her outside.
So as we watch this third heat unfold, an announcement to all swimmers. Obviously, a lot of swimmers doubling and tripling up in sessions, which means a lot of changing in and out of racing costumes. We please ask that all swimmers make sure that they're changing in the changing cubicles, not anywhere else. Thank you very much.
So McQuaid and Innocent continuing to be our top 2 Cardiff swimmers. They are both in the 15-year-old age category and trying to go after Isabella Davis's 5:03.91. Clissold up with them in third right now. She will set the new time, the first time in the 18 and over category with a 20-year-old swimmer, with her sister Bronwyn to follow in the same lane, in the same category in the following heat. They remain our top 3. Fionn Philpott, a 1:50.09, holding 4th in lane 8.
Yeah, well, very much a closer heat this time around than the last one we saw, where Ariana Sullivan took it out hard. Potentially a little bit of cat and mouse going on between the 2 Cardiff teammates and Elizabeth Clissold of Pembrokeshire County. Maria McQuaid starting to open up a little bit of a body length now as she hits the halfway point.
Yeah, by the standards of this race so far, this is a giant margin that Maria McQuaid has built up over the next 2 swimmers in the race. McQuaid, having had a solid meet, 3 golds won, all of them in the breaststroke. She did the breaststroke triple, the 50, the 100, and the 200. So to add the 400 free to that in her age group would be a really impressive feat. Of course, 3 heats to come after this. And there are 15-year-olds in a number of them. McQuaid will take the bell very shortly. Fionn Philpott in 8 at the bottom of your screen or closest to you in the grandstand is past Innocent and just about level with Clissold. A 3:40.79 for McQuaid. And she turns with 100 to go. Clissold holding second, 6 seconds back. And just about a second and a half ahead of Fionn Philpott. Philpott, 17-year-old, trying to go quicker than Grace Brady's 5:13.69.
Yeah, and we remember that time from the previous heat. It's 4:49. That was set in the 16-year-old category. Maria McQuaid swimming in the 15s. So she will need to go underneath the 5:03 marker set to be in the temporary gold medal position.
Well, with 25 meters to go for McQuaid, she should be able to do that fairly comfortably. 15 meters, 15 seconds. And has Clissold done enough to stay ahead of Philpott? Can Philpott also hold off Davis Jones? There's the winning time for Maria McQuaid, 4:57.15. Second, Clissold. Third, Davis Jones in the end, and both she and Innocent getting ahead of Philpott at the end.
Yeah, good close finishing there. And some temporary medal changes before we head on to Heat 4, our race referee.
So Heat 4 in the water. Holly Patterson swimming in 1 for Novio Cigar. Bronwyn Clissold in 2 for Pembrokeshire County. In a lane just vacated by her older sister. Cardiff's Olivia Ling in 3. Warrington have Emily Hall in 4, who has gone out at a rate of knots. Ariana Ribeiro from Cardiff in 5. Cardiff also have Faith Richards in 6. Faith Richards will just get to the opening wall first ahead of Ribeiro. Her clubmate Olivia Williamson in 7 for the Isle of Man, and in 8 it's Amy Grace Bull from Eastbourne. Under a second, separating our middle 4 lanes on entry times. And Maria McQuaid has taken the lead in the 15-year-old age category. 4:57.15 is now the benchmark time for Patterson in 1, Ribeiro in 5, Williamson in 7, and Bull in 8 to try and beat. Sullivan held on to her best time for the 16-year-olds after the 3rd heat, but Emily Hall leading the way here. Looks like she has every intention of breaking well underneath that. And then Bronwyn Clissold trying to beat her sister's time in lane 2.
Well, exciting news, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of these 400-meter freestyles, before the 800-meter freestyles start, we are going to have a swim-off for one of the finals tonight. So make sure you stick around for that. We're going to be swimming in the 16 age category, boys 100-meter butterfly, and it will be contested between Finley Phillips of Nofio Cigar and Solomon Bartram of Bridgend County. So make sure you keep an eye on that one. Everyone loves a good swim-off, both coming into that with the identical time of 1:04.21.
Emily Hall will just lead ahead of Faith Richards with 200 swum, 200 to go. 2:18.78 clocked by Hall, 2:19.63 for Richards. So that margin under a second. And then it's a pair of Cardiff swimmers hot on their heels. Ling in 3 and Ribeiro in 5.
We have a couple more withdrawals to make you aware of. So in event 512, the boys 50-metre back, 15-year age category, Zach Williams has withdrawn, which means the replacement in the first reserve position is Dylan Williams from Cambrian Aquatics. In event 513, the girls 100-metre butterfly in the 17-year age category, Maris Williams has withdrawn, and she will be replaced by Amelia Stenson of Cirencester. And in event 514, the men's 100-metre butterfly, 18 plus, Naam Fisher has withdrawn, and he will be replaced by Lloyd Jones from Swansea Uni.
The bells sounding out around the Wales national pool. And it's a fairly continuous racket from Hall in first, all the way to Williamson and Patterson towards the back, with our field nice and tightly packed. Emily Hall, a winner in her age group of the 200 fly and the 200 IM. So this would represent real achievement to then add the 400 free.
Clearly someone who likes tricky events, 200 fly, 200 IM, 400 free, all famously part of Mr. Michael Phelps's repertoire.
Inside the final 15, Hall has held the lead since halfway through the opening leg, and will come back here to take the win with a 4:43.54. Second, Faith Richards, 4:44.55.
Strong finish there for Ariana Ribeiro, finishing a time of 4:54.87. Good swimming from those girls in heat 4. Moving on to heat number 5, your race referee.
So we're underway in the second from last heats of the women's 400 free. Freya Burns swimming in 1 for Novio Cigar. Wickham District's Evelyn Hopton is in 2. In 3 for Novio Gwyneth is Esilt Rees. Holly Humphreys in 4 for Neath. Wrexham's Erin Devon in 5. In 6 from Bridgend County, Caitlin Omani. Isabella Reed in 7 for Cardiff. And Hereford's Ella Kindred in lane 8. Humphreys leading at 50 from Freya Burns in 1.
For 15-year-olds in this heat, contesting for that medal, 2 16s and then 2 18s. So we'll keep an eye on those individual races within the race. But over the first 100, looking relatively tight. Let's see who flips first. It is lane 4, Holly Humphreys of Neath, closely followed by Erin Devon from Wrexham.
Super tight over the opening 100. Let's bring you up to date with the rising and falling of the various provisional golds in the various age groups. Ariana Ribeiro, 15-year-old, has just beaten the time of her clubmate at Cardiff, Maria McQuaid. 4:54.87, a new benchmark in that age category. Emily Hall went faster than Ariana Sullivan as she won Heat 4, a 4:43.54 set by Hall. And Bronwyn Clissold did beat her sister in the 18 and over age category with a 4:58.22. That's 5.02 quicker than Elizabeth. And those are the 3 times that are being contested in this penultimate heat.
These girls in this heat all aiming to be around the 4:40 to 4:50 mark, which means they need to hold there or thereabouts 110s per 100. Holly Humphreys and Erin Devon both underneath that mark at this point in time.
Well, Devon choosing to breathe on just her right side, so she is breathing towards Humphreys on this outbound 50. Humphreys breathing on alternate sides. So we'll get a look at Devon and where she is throughout both lengths up the pool. Burns and Hopton up pretty tightly in 1 and 2.
So they take the bell, and it will be Holly Humphreys. But the battle behind her getting very, very close indeed. Evelyn Hopton, Erin Devon, and Freya Burns all within a couple of tenths of each other. Will they be looking to overtake Holly Humphreys? Evelyn Hopton and Freya Burns in lane 1 and 2, battling out directly in the 15-year age category, hoping to get under that temporary gold medal marker set by Ariana Ribeiro of Cardiff.
Hopton pushing herself up into second between the pair that have led the whole way through, Humphreys and Devon. And could Hopton even have a chance here on the closing 50 of coming and taking the win herself? This is so close between Hopton and Humphreys. Hopton just looks to be about a hand in front now as she reaches forwards, but they are tied into the wall. Hopton takes it, a 4:45.62 for the win. Humphreys in second, Devon in third, Burns in fourth.
Yeah, great last 50 from Evelyn Hopton, almost looking like her clubmate Kieran Bird over this distance on that last 50. Great swim from the swimmer from Wickham. So that concludes our penultimate heat. We have one more heat to see where these medals are going to go. Heat 6, your race or referee.
The final heats of the women's 400 free underway. Ellesmere's Molly Bates in 1, Isabel Allen of Cardiff in 2. Both of them 15 years old and trying to beat Evelyn Hopton's 4:55.62, the winning time in the previous heat, which has seen lead in the 15-year-old age category change hands once again. In 4, we have Emmy Sherrod from Torvine, the fastest seed in the whole competition, coming in with a 4:32.53. Emily Tom swims in 5 for Swansea University. Kira Cust in 6 for Conway. Jessica Isles of Cardiff is in lane 7. And Nia Skinner, the 33-year-old from the Forest of Dean, swims in lane 8. Emily Hall's benchmark time for the 16s, well, that survived Erin Devon's race in the previous heat. There's just one swimmer now who could beat it, Jessica Isles. Her 4:41.75 entry time would be good enough to take the title by just about 2 seconds. So that's going to be really interesting to watch unfold. Fionn Philpott still leading for the 17-year-olds, but it is Emmy Sherrod, the top seed, who is the only other swimmer in her age category. So Fionn Philpott will have a nervous wait here. Holly Humphreys, the fastest of the 18 and overs now. And Emily Toms, Kira Cust, and Nia Skinner in 5, 6, and 8, all looking to go sub 4:46.29.
We have a couple more withdrawals to make you aware of. Now that the withdrawals table has closed, these will be your final withdrawals of the morning. Event 511, the girls 50-metre back in the 15-year age category. Ellen McCool-Jones has withdrawn to be replaced by Lola Goodman from Swansea Aquatics. Event 512, the men's 50-metre backstroke 16 age category. Thomas Williams has withdrawn. The replacement is Reggie Samuel Park into the first reserve position. And in event 514, the men's 15-year-old 100-metre butterfly, Elliot Duggan has withdrawn. And the replacement is Alexander Pashley.
Well, close between our golden lanes through this final heat so far. Emily Toms, a 2:48.77. Sherrod, a 2:49.92. Isles holding third, the 16-year-old. Now on this latest return 50. Coming down to the bell, Emily Toms, a 20-year-old from Swansea Uni, has tried to break on Emmy Sherrod. Toms has 3 years on her opponent. Does mean they'll be competing in different age categories, but each of them would dearly love to take the overall win in this final heat.
Well, who has got the final kick to turn silver into gold, bronze into silver, or fourth into bronze? This is where the medals are won. The last 100 metres of a 400 freestyle. Emily Toms looking like she might just have enough to hold off Emmy Sherrod from Torvine Dolphins.
Isabel Allen holding third at the final turn by just 2/10 over Jessica Isles. And Isabel Allen trying to go sub 4:45.62, which should be easily accomplished by the Cardiff swimmer now. A number of Cardiff swimmers have held the lead in that 15-year-old age category. They've shown real impressive times there, as Emily Toms comes home in a time of 4:34.48, winning this final heat and winning the opens category. Emmy Sherrod with a 4:36, second in the pool, but first in her age category. Isabel Allen, third in the pool, first in her age category. Jessica Isles, fourth in the pool, and by just about 2.5 seconds, Jessica Isles takes first in the 16s age category.
Well, what a way to finish those 400 freestyles, and fantastic swims from so many of those girls getting their hands on some medals in this morning's session. So excitingly, before the 800-metre freestyle starts, I believe we have a swim-off. Here they come.
So the swim-off here required because both of these two 16-year-olds recorded a time of 1:04.21 in their heats earlier on. We have in lane 4 from Novio Cigar, Finley Phillips. And in 5, representing Bridgend County, Solomon Bartram. Two swimmers get themselves ready. The end of the pool. Such an enjoyable spectacle for those of us watching the events to see swim-offs. But, of course, for the swimmers themselves, the fact that they have to swim double the distance they would have done if they'd only been in the heats is an extra challenge. Good to see the sportsmanship between the two swimmers, shaking hands before the race begins. Swim off. Your race referee. And away they go, 2 lengths of this Wales national pool, and it is a good start for Finlay Phillips, the red cap of Novio Cigar, emerging to the surface ahead of the white cap of Bridgend County. 2 lengths, and it is Phillips ahead of Bartram as they come into the 40-metre mark.
Well, it is a jewel in the pool. We all love a swim off, and let's make sure when these lads come off this final wall, we're giving a big roar in the arena.
Just 600ths between the two of them, halfway through this 100-metre fly swim off. What will be the gap as they reach 100? 25 for them to go, taking alternate strokes here. They can see the end. They can see their way into the final. At the moment, it is Phillips who led at the off, had 600ths at the turn, and it's going to be Phillips who comes to the wall first. A 102.96, beating Solomon Bartram's 103.72. Well swum by both of those swimmers. More sportsmanship at the end, and a good win for Phillips.
Well, as much as it is Finlay Phillips going into that final tonight, both of those lads should be so proud of that. They've both dropped significantly from their heat time this morning. The adrenaline of the swim-off clearly working well for them. We'll let those lads climb out of the pool and recover. And we will be moving on to the men's 15 and over 800-metre freestyle. Once again, another heat-declared winner event. So these swimmers going absolutely as hard as they possibly can to try and get amongst those medals. We have 4 heats. Heat number 1, your race referee.
We have 5 swimmers in this opening heat of 4. And on entry time, there is less than a second that separates our middle 3. Shimon Sekula is in 2 for Rhondda, with Cardiff's Ollie Butwell in 3. Ben Morgan in 4 for Pembrokeshire County, with another Cardiff swimmer the other side of him, Frank Jenkins-Roberts in 5. Dylan De Cruz in 6 for RCT. 10:01.87 for Morgan, 10:02.36 for Jenkins-Roberts, 10:02.76 for Butwell. That is how close they are coming into this race. Despite the fact that Shimon Sekula has a entry time further back than that, Sekula deciding to go out with the pace setters through this opening 100 of 800. And at the second turn, Ben Morgan leads, clocking a 1:07.13, 1.01 ahead of Ollie Butwell, who's just 300ths in front of Shimon Sekula. These 3 leaving Jenkins-Roberts and De Cruz behind right now. That doesn't mean it's going to be the case at the 800. It just shows a difference in tactics between the various swimmers. With the 800s underway, Swim Wales would like to take a moment to thank Just Go, the official poolside accreditation sponsor. Their continued support helps deliver a smooth and professional poolside accreditation experience across all national, regional and development events. Swim Wales is grateful for their partnership and their ongoing commitment to the Welsh aquatic community. A reminder as well that there is still time for you to buy photos from our fantastic photography team that we've got here at this event. We're a photography team that's so skilled. I have had some members of the team recently be up in Glasgow, just like some of our swimmers here, taking photos at the Commonwealth Games. So if you wish to get photos from the races, then do go and see them in the lobby before the final session gets underway. .300 meters to go, and Ben Morgan with a clear lead here. 6:02.04, his latest time clocked up on the board, which means he's closing in on a 13-second lead over Ollie Butwell. Butwell much more closely pursued by Simon Sakula, and I can't see at this stage how there's going to be the 43 seconds between them that there is on paper, nor the 18 seconds that there were separating Jenkins Roberts and De Cruz coming into this as well. They are locked together in 5 and 6. Sakula closing the gap as well over the last 100 metres. Butwell had a second or two on Sakula with 300 to go. Sakula now kicks ahead, and by the next turn, he will have a margin of at least that over Butwell, I should imagine. As we also see De Cruz start to move ahead of Jenkins-Roberts. So our outside lane swimmers in this 5-swimmer heat really going against the form book, looking to set times that represent massive improvements for them in this season.
Yeah, well, Ben Morgan coming in with a time of 10:01.87. That 10-minute marker is a big barrier in the 800 freestyle. He'll be looking to dip under that. And I think he definitely will, unless he absolutely falls apart. He's got 1 minute 26 seconds to get back. He's been holding well underneath that so far. Simon Sakula is having an absolutely brilliant race. His time coming in of 10:45 is going to be absolutely smashed here.
Yeah, Sakula and De Cruz both now comfortably clear in their respective battles. Ben Morgan, the only 17-year-old in this race, he'll set the benchmark time there. Sakula in second is going to set the benchmark 15 time with all of the other 3 swimmers behind him in the same age group. Let's have a look. Ben Morgan, he's going to go under that 10-minute marker, and a 9:47.84. Sakula coming in, remember, with a 10:45.93. Oh, he goes under 10 minutes as well. 9:59.73. Sakula, what a swim there.
Yeah, big cheer from the Ronda coaching team to see that 9 at the start of the time. I'm sure they'll be happy with that one.
Butwell coming back third in a 10:08.12. Dylan De Cruz 10:18.90 in fourth, so he goes a couple of seconds under his entry, and Jenkins-Roberts back in fifth.
Well done, swimmers, setting those early markers. On to heat number 2, your race referee.
Jonosuke Altorai in lane 1 for Cardiff. Hereford's Noah Wilson in 2. In 3, it's Hollywell's Thomas Baldwin with Thomas Williams of Novio Cigar in 4. Sebastian Payne swimming in 5 for Droitwich, with just 0.04 of a second between Williams and Payne on entry times. But as we saw in that previous heat, entry times potentially meaning very little whatsoever. Ocean Bowles in 6 for Hackney Anaconda. 12 irons, Maxim Watson 7. And in lane 8, Whitney's Noah Spruce. Wow, tight after 100. 104.46, the leading time for Thomas Williams. 104.55, just 900ths behind for Thomas Baldwin. Ocean Bowles third right now, but these positions, well, they are just going to continue to shift as the race goes on. of the 7 swimmers, 4 of them are 15 years old, and so we'll be looking to go sub 9:59.73. We just saw set by Sakula in the opening heat. The other 3, Noah Wilson, Thomas Williams, our current leader, and Maxon Watts in lane 7. They were all in a 16-year-old age category where no time has yet been set.
We've got a front 4 emerging here in the 4 centre lanes, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Potentially using each other to pace this opening 200 through in 2:15s. Pretty solid stuff.
And of course, we've been keeping track with our winners of the various different races through the meet so far. And one of the things we've drilled down into the stats of is which surname has won the most races. And if you go to the ARCAE Sports Instagram page and have a look at the story up there, you will be able to cast your vote to see which surname is the most successful so far. Your choices are between Davis, Williams, Evans, and Jones. And of course, it is a Williams leading the race here. The stats take you through to the end of day 4. They do not include any of the winners yet on day 5. So regardless of Thomas Williams' ultimate finishing position in this 800-meter race, that won't affect the result between Davis, Evans, Jones, and Williams. Head to ARCAE Sports Instagram page. If you were to do a provisional ranking, where would you put each of those names, Jake? Davis, Evans, Jones, and Williams,
well,
from first to fourth.
As you were reading them out, I sort of had a little think back across the first 4 days. We've definitely seen some of those names coming up a lot. You think of the Williams surname, you think Rose Williams from Cardiff, several others. I know in the Jones, there's several Joneses across a lot of the clubs in Wales, but you think of the likes of Sam Jones, Zach Jones of Cardiff, definitely pulling their weight for them. There's been lots of Evanses as well. So, could be close, definitely close. Isla Davis, of course, winning several events for the Davises.
Yeah, I know the numbers on it, and it is tight between those 4. Tight at the top. So do get involved, a little bit of fun, and let us know who you think has won the most gold medals by name through the opening 4 days of the Swim Wales Summer Championships. We'll reveal the results towards the end of the day. And we'll see as well whether that leaderboard changes based on day 5, as Thomas Williams continues to lead here. 5:12.46 on the board, giving him a lead of 3 seconds over Sebastian Payne. Third at the moment, Thomas Baldwin. Fourth, Ocean Bowles, with this heat performing a little bit more to the expected form book, the middle lanes occupying the top 4 positions.
.300 to go then. And it is Tom Williams, as you mentioned, building a little bit of a lead now. Just 4 100s between those entry times with Thomas Williams, Sebastian Payne, but Thomas Williams, is starting to extend that lead. Thomas Baldwin and Oshan Bowles trying to stay in touch with Sebastian Payne.
the bell sounds for Thomas Williams. 8:09.72 with one more turn remaining. Sebastian Payne holding second with an 8:17.63, giving him a margin right now of just over 4 seconds to Ocean Bowles. Bowles himself was half a second exactly over Thomas Baldwin, but Baldwin looking to flip that round come the end. Williams will set the time in the 16-year-old age category. That will be the benchmark for the remaining 2 heats, while Baldwin, Payne and Bowles, all of them 14. Bowles, or Payne I should say, sorry, in lane 5, best placed to be the one to lead the 15s category at the end of this, needing to come back under a 9:59.73, so he's got a minute to do the final 30 meters.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple of the 16-year-olds in the next 2 heats going to be having a quick look up at the scoreboard when Thomas Williams comes in, see what benchmark they have to beat.
Well, that benchmark is 9:19.11 as Thomas Williams wins heat 2 of 4 of the men's 800-meter free. Sebastian Payne coming back second with a 9:26.12. Third, Thomas Baldwin. In the end, just ahead of Ocean Bowles with a 9:31.
Yeah, and all 4 of those first 4 finishers underneath their entry times. It's good to see time getting dropped. Well done, swimmers. Moving on to heat number 3. Your race referee.
Two heats to go in the men's 800 free. 6 races in this latest heat. Sebastian Parfitt in 2 for Cardiff. Pembrokeshire County's Finlay Bennett in 3. In 4 for Novio Gwynedd, it's Owen Williams. Dylan Williams is in 5 for Cambrian, with Torvine's Josh Vong in 6. And in 7, Cardiff's Brandon Duggan. So Sebastian Payne's 9:26.12 was good enough to beat Simon Takula's 9:59.73. Payne leads the 15-year-olds. Thomas Williams, 9:19.11, leads for the 16-year-olds. And Ben Morgan with a 9:47.84 from that opening heat, the leader in the 17s age category. A 115-year-old in this race, Dylan Williams in lane 5, and he's possibly going to lead at the first 100-meter turn. It's going to be really tight between Dylan and Owen Williams. Owen Williams just ahead by 500ths. Joshua Vong holding 3rd. Vong is in the 16-year-old age category, as is Duggan and Parfitt in our outside 2 lanes. And then Owen Williams and Finlay Bennett in 4 and 3 respectively. 17 years old, so needing to go quicker than a 9:47. Both of them have entry times well underneath that. So I think we can probably expect to see come the end of this 3rd heat new winners in the 15, 16, 17 age category, with only one 17-year-old to come in heat 4. That will mean we know who our 15 and 16-year-old winners are. And in that final heat, all of the other swimmers will be 18 and over. So it will be basically just a straight out and out final for that age category.
Interestingly, Owen Williams, Dylan Williams, the 2 swimmers in the golden lanes, 4 and 5, both Williams, both from North Wales, and they are hugging that middle lane rope. Very close to each other there. We'll be well aware of each other's presence. I'm sure these 2 have raced against each other several times over the years. Entry times just under a second apart. Owen Williams of Gwynedd with the slightly quicker lifetime best. And it is him who is setting the early pace. Dylan Williams is hanging on though. as is Josh Vong of Torvine in 6th. His entry time 10 seconds back from Owen Williams, Dylan Williams, but he's looking strong over the opening stages.
At half distance, it is still the all-Williams battle out front. Owen leading from Dylan. Josh Vong refusing to fall behind. And then Brandon Duggan in lane 7, currently holding 4th, but only by a narrow margin over Finley Bennett and Sebastian Parfit in lanes 3 and 2. Such a nice long reach and glide from Owen Williams. Dylan Williams needing to have a slightly faster stroke rate to keep pace. As Vong just looking to close the gap up a little bit here in this second half of the race and ensure that there will be 3 swimmers with a chance of touching the wall first at 800.
Well, they turn literally together. Could not be closer than that. 6:14.75 for both those swimmers at that turn. And they're keeping an eye on each other. As you mentioned, Dylan Williams with a slightly quicker turnover. Josh Vong making sure he won't get dropped, hoping that the 2 Williams from North Wales carry him to a good PB.
Within 7/10 of each other at 3/4 distance.
200 meters to go. This is where some of these swimmers will decide it's time to go to the legs. And it looks like Dylan Williams might be starting to make a bit of a move in lane 5.
Yeah, for the first time we are seeing a little bit of a gap open up there. But you know what? Brendan Duggan, over the last couple of 100 meters, has closed up to that leading 3 as well. So maybe conserving his energy in the opening half, but now trying to make a real effort to get up amongst the medal positions.
Well, yeah, on that 50 out to the turn end, Dylan Williams made a move, but Owen Williams on this second 50 back towards the turn end when he's looking at his opponent, he's responded, and they'll take the bell more or less together with Josh Vong in tow.
You can see now Owen Williams upping the pace after the bell, closing up that gap. He's about half a body length behind coming into the turn at 700. Dylan Williams looking to respond. Duggan drawing nearly level now with Vong as Dylan Williams pulls away again, and Finley Bennett and Sebastian Parfit still locked together in fourth, and we're on now to our closing 50. Dylan Williams with the best lead he's had. Vong pretty much level with Owen Williams. Duggan just behind them, and this is going to be a grandstand finish coming into the close here. Owen Williams of Novio Gwynedd, 15 meters to go. No doubt about it for him now. He will take the win. But Josh Vong and Brandon Duggan have paced this superbly. They leave Owen Williams behind. There's the 9:06.02 for Dylan Williams. Who gets the touch out of Vong and Duggan? It is Vong, just by 200ths of a second after 800 meters of racing. Fourth going to Owen Williams. And then Finley Bennett just getting the touch ahead of Parfit for fifth.
Yeah, and that battle between Vong and Duggan, so vital, both in the 16 age category. So great swimming from them, great battle. Now on with our fourth and final heat. And there's some big names in this one, your race referee.
So heat 4 of 4 sees Alex Keeble of Swansea University swim in lane 2. Clubmate Ian Evans to the inside. Max Gayson-Holly of Cardiff and Joe Parsons of the same club in 4 and 5. Swansea Aquatics have Owen Twigger in 6, and then 2 more Swansea Uni reps. Daniel Harris in 7, Manav Mystery in lane 8. Max Gayson-Holly, the fastest of all of the swimmers in this men's 800 free, coming into it with an 8:43.10. All but one of these swimmers with entry times sub 9 minutes. All of our gold and provisional gold medalists right now have times over 9 minutes. The 2 lengths of 16 completed for our leading swimmers. Gayson-Holly with a 1:07, just ahead of Joe Parsons, alongside him with a 1:35.
Yeah, and we did see Max Gayson-Holly in the 400 meters earlier in the week. He won that one. So double the distance, 800 meters. He'll be hoping to do the same. His teammate Joseph Parsons was also in that race, as was Owen Twigger and Ian Evans.
So as mentioned in this final, we've got one 17-year-old, Owen Twigger, with all of our other swimmers in the 18 and over category where no time has yet been set. Owen Twigger looking to try and go sub 9:10.4. That's the leading 17-year-old time set by Owen Williams in the previous heat. But we do know our 15 and 16-year-old champions, Dylan Williams beating Sebastian Payne's time with a 9:06.02 for gold. And Joshua Vong beating Thomas Williams' time with a 9:08.72. So while we currently have one confirmed and one provisional gold medal winner with the name Williams, remember that will not count in our poll on the Instagram story on ARCAE Sports as to which name has won the most golds, because it just comes to the first 4 days of competition. Davis, Evans, Jones and Williams your choices.
Again, one of these battles where we see two teammates who probably train together day in, day out. Joe Parsons, Max Gaston-Holly. I'm sure go to battle on a regular basis in the Cardiff International pool. Staring each other down, and they'll be thinking, I want to take those bragging rights home to Cardiff for the next few months until the Winter Championships roll around. They'll have that insider knowledge of how each other have been performing in training, who's going to have the upper hand.
Yeah, we'll also see that between our various Swansea uni pairs. We got Keeble and Evans locked together in 2 and 3. Harris and Mystery, a larger gap between the two of them, but they are in adjacent lanes 7 and 8. Between the Cardiff pair, there's just 300ths at the latest turn. Between the first of the Swansea uni pairs, there is just 5/10. And splitting those two pairs right now, Owen Twigger of Swansea Aquatics, the youngest in this heat. As Parsons just looks to try and nudge himself a little bit ahead. It's still only 1600ths, and Gaston-Holly will respond. Two Cardiff men breathing away from each other as they go away to the turn end. And how about this for a kick from Ian Evans of Swansea University. 3 years the junior of the man that he has been in lockstep with prior to this in the 4th heat of the men's 800 metres. And now he has a margin of 4.01.
Yeah, and taking our attention away from the 18 and over just for a second, looking at the splits that Owen Twigger of Swansea Aquatics is putting in, he should be in pole position for that gold, snatching it away from Owen Williams, but we'll see if he can hold that together over the last 300. It's going to be tight.
He has 18 seconds to play with on his entry time, so if he can match what he has done earlier this year, then he should be good. Still just 5/10, the rule that separate Gaston-Holly and Parsons at the head of the field. So they approach 200 to go.
Well, they're still staring each other down, but I've got a feeling that off this wall with 200 to go, we might see some stronger leg kicks come in for these two lads. It's been a great 100 or so for Daniel Harris over in lane 7, and he's managing to get himself back up onto the shoulder of Owen Twigger. Quite a close battle between him and his teammate Ewan Evans, both 19 years of age, both at Swansea University. Fighting for the bronze medal in the 18 and over category at this point in time.
Man of Mystery in lane 8 now has 3.5 seconds on his clubmate Alex Keeble over on the other side of the pool. As the Swansea Uni swimmers have gone through various different battles through this race so far. And at the bell, we see a big kick now from Gason Holly, moving himself a body's length ahead of Parsons, with Twigger and Harris. Still yet to see either of them split from the other.
Here we go then. Big kick from Max Gason Holly in the last 100. And he's opened up just over a body length on his teammate Joseph Parsons. And it is looking like it will be Max Gason Holly who comes away with the gold medal. Parsons tries to respond.
Remember, this is just an out-and-out race between Gason Holly and Parsons. Harris as well, now that he's past Twigger. All in the same age group, no time set in that age group yet. And the three of them into the closing meters. Gason Holly powering his way to the wall for victory with an 8:47.52. Gold for Gason Holly, silver for Joseph Parsons, just 3 seconds behind. And it is bronze for Daniel Harris, another second further adrift. So a City of Cardiff 1-2, with Swansea University taking bronze. And then Owen Twigger of Swansea Aquatics, 8:53.58. Just above his entry time, but comfortably good enough to take gold in the 17-year-old age category.
Well, what a conclusion to this morning's session. Great swimming from those lads. We'll allow them to clear the water as they reflect on what has been a great swim. Several medals handed out.
Yeah, really enjoyable session. See, kicking off with the 50-meter backstrokes, moving into the 100 fly, and then these middle and longer distance events, women's 400, men's 800. But with the races completed here, that ends one of our shorter opening sessions of the meet. And we will get to do this all over again with the 12 to 14-year-old age category, with racing commencing at 12:25 this afternoon. And so we will be back live on the stream on ARCAE Sports YouTube at 12:20. Do join us then. You've got plenty of time to get yourself a bite to eat for lunch. We'll see you back here at the Wales National Pool at 12:20. Into the break. It's a big thank you to everyone in the arena for your support, and a big thank you to welcome back to the penultimate session of this wonderful Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. We've had 4 days of incredible racing at the Wales National Pool across so many different disciplines. And then this morning, we saw action in the 50-metre backstroke, the 100-metre fly, the 400-metre, and the 800-metre. And we're going to do it all over again this afternoon with the 12 and 14 age groups. In order to do so, we need to bring our officials onto the pool deck. So please put your hands together and give them a big cheer as the officials make their way out. Your referees for this afternoon's session, Gareth Bennett and Cheryl Hegarty. Your AOE, Fran Flint. And your starter is Martin Williams. Thank you, officials. You may be seated. I'm Will Shepherd. I'll be taking you through the final 2 sessions, and we've had another swap up here in the commentary box. Finley Bennett joining alongside for this afternoon.
Really excited to be here for another busy session at the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. 2 sessions left, Will. What are you most excited for?
I am a big butterfly fan, so I really enjoy those 100-metre flies, but the evening session will bring the 4x100 mixed medley relay. I mean, I don't think it gets much more exciting than that.
Yeah, really excited for the relays this afternoon, and I'm also very excited for the 800 freestyle at the end of this session. Hopefully see some really, really well-controlled swims, and hopefully the stars of the future.
Speaking of stars of the future, let's get our first lot in the pool with the opening heat of the girls' 50-metre backstroke. Five swimmers in this opening heat of the girls' 50 backstroke. We've got 12 heats to bring you in this event. Chloe Johnson swimming in lane 2 for Cambrian. Torvine, Ellery McCann in 3. Anwen O'Sullivan in 4 for Cardiff. Hollywell's Amber Nash had a long underwater stretch in 5 that put her into the lead as they go past 20 left. Yola Morgan of Pembrokeshire County in lane 6. Into the final 10. Can Nash hold this lead through to the end, or will she be caught by McCann? Coming well in lane 3 here. And it is McCann in the end by just a 1/10 and a half. Amber Nash second, Chloe Johnson third.
And there it is then, such a promising way to start this session as we move to heat number 2.
Bethany Hughes swimming in lane 2 for Conway with Hollywell's Bella Twist in 3. Newport have Emily Jonas in lane 4. The other side of the empty lane, Isabel Munslow swims for Mono in 6. Esme Meredith in 7 for Torvine. And Connie Houseman-Jones in 8 for Novio Gwyneth. Just the 300s between Emily Jonas and 4, Bella Twist in 3 coming into this. But the 2 of them currently look like they're going to be beaten to the finish by Isabel Munslow, who's having a fantastic 50 here in lane 6. Munslow will take the win in a 37.35, and their second place just goes to Esme Meredith in 7, ahead of Emily Jonas.
Lane 6 there, Isabel Munslow shattering her entry time, 2 seconds below as we move to heat number 3, your race referee.
Amaya Gambasam St Nia swimming in lane 1. Navio Gwyneth, Becca Edwards in 2. In 3, Olivia Clements from Newport. Wrexham's Heidi Williams going well in 4 with Amelia Pritchard in 5 for Chirk. Newport's Amelia Pasenskaiti in lane 6. Betsy Jones in 7 for Hollywell. And in 8, Novio Cigars Amelia Rose Lennon. It's just a tenth of a second separating our middle 4 lanes coming into this. But I think there could be more by the end, given how well Heidi Williams is swimming. She's going to be followed to the finish by Olivia Clements. There's the finishing time, 37.32 for Williams, second for Clements, and then Pasenskaiti with third.
Controlled swim from the middle of the pool there as it takes us into heat number 4, your race referee.
Gabija Liberator Torvine in lane 1. Newport's Hannah Evans in 2. Another Torvine swimmer is Myla Sullivan in lane 3. With Cardiff locking out the middle lanes with exactly the same qualifying times. 38.5 for Chloe Bate and Amelia Cox. Constance Foster in 6 for Redditch with Torvine Taven Morris in 7. And then representing the Isle of Man in lane 8, Megan Williamson. Chloe Bates putting a body's length on everybody else here. She's going to cruise to the finish, and then it's going to be tight between Cox, Foster and Morris for second. There's the winning time, 34.18 for Bates. Second goes to Morris by just 0.05 ahead of Foster.
More than 4 seconds there, taken off the entry time for Chloe Bate, the City of Cardiff swimmer in lane 4. As we move to heat number 5, your race referee.
Una Peace of the Isle of Man in 1. Isla Griffiths in 2 for Tenby. Newport's Emily Smith in 3 and 4. Swimming for Novio Bangor, Layla Naguib with Erin Enoch in 5. Representing Novio Cigar. Swansea Aquatics have Amelia Clay in 6. Emily Thomas is in 7 for Rhonda with RCT's Amelia Salmon in lane 8. Quite even this as we come into the final 15. Maybe a little bit of a lead for Emily Thomas in lane 7. Just ahead of Enoch in 5. Thomas and Enoch pushing for the win as Smith tries to get up there for third, and the win will be Erin Enoch's with a 37.58, just 0.04 ahead of Emily Thomas. Third in the end, Amelia Clay.
Just over 0.2 separating our top 3 finishers in that heat as we move to heat number 6, your race referee.
Novio Cigars, Emilisi Curse in lane 1. Cardiff's Ivy Cole in 2. Tay Cartwright in 3 for Hollywell. Evie Green still swims in lane 4 for Newport with Cardiff's Jada Van Zyl in 5. Just 300 separating them coming into this race. Wrexham's Carolina Morgado in 6. Alexa Jones in 7 for Novio Cigar. And another Cardiff swimmer, Phoebe Thomas in 8. As Van Zyl streaks clear here. Greensill next best, but needs to be wary of Phoebe Thomas. First for Van Zyl, 35.21. Second Greensill, third is Thomas.
Another big drop there from the entry time. These swimmers know what's at stake. It's going to be competitive to make these finals. As we move into heat number 7, your race referee.
Riella Herring of the City of Cardiff in 1. Swansea Aquatics, Betson Pinnock is in 2 and 3 from Novio Cigar, Abigail Parry. Anna Jones swims in 4 for St Neots, with Pembrokeshire County's Fionn Morris. Emily McEwen in 6 for Hollywell. Novio Bangor's Daisy Williams in lane 7 could challenge for the win here, with Ella Thrussell in 8 for as Westry. Now Morris starts to pick up the pace in lane 5. Riding the wave with her, McEwen in 6. And how about Herring in lane 1? Herring could get this here, and she does. A 36.20 for Ariella Herring. Abigail Parry in 2nd, and Fionn Morris 3rd.
Well, there was just 4 tenths separating these girls on their entry times, and it was a really close finish once again in these heats. As we move to heat number 8, your race referee.
Heat 8 sees Mono's Seren Munslow swim in lane 1. Amelia Foxwell in 2 for Cardiff. For Pembrokeshire County's Lottie Hawkins in 3. Newtown have Molly Francis in 4. Lily May Crump swims in 5 for Bridgend County, with Conway's Talisha Holmes-Thompson in 6. Alyssa Brown in 7 for RCT, and Bridgend County's Amelia Morgan in lane 8. Another one of these more even heats. Maybe a small lead for Crump. But Holmes-Thompson coming past now. Holmes-Thompson just nudges ahead, and it's all going to be about the reach, and Holmes-Thompson has it with a 36.19. Foxwell 2nd, Crump coming back 3rd.
Such a close finish once again. It's going to be very hard to make these finals tonight with such good times in the early heats. As we move to heat number 9, your race referee.
Merthyr Tydfil's Ruby May Morgan Bassini in lane 1. Torvine's Maria Jasinska is in 2. In 3, Caddy Evans representing Penaril, with Wickham District's Sienna Hopton in 4. Caroline Musty goes in 5 for Mono. Seeding time just 100 slower than Hopton. Nell Owen in 6 for Novio Gwyneth. Torvine's Macy Davis in 7. And Isabel Pavlovsky of Rushden in 8. It is no surprise to see Hopton leading, most closely challenged by the Torvine swimmers of Jasinska and Davis. And Jasinska and Davis will get 2nd and 3rd there, with Hopton winning in a 34.55.
Great swim there from lane 4, dipping under the 35 mark. Better than her entry time as we move to heat number 10, your race referee.
Layla Williams of Newtown in 1. Sussex have Rose Jeffries in 2. Pembrokeshire County's Elizabeth Davis is in 3. And then Torvine with Darcy Reasons in 4 and Betsy Harris in 5. Freya Fordham in 6 for Newport. Wrexham's Noelle O'Hara in 7. Paige Williams in 8 for Swansea Aquatics. Darcy Reasons coming into this with a 32.15 in the first of our 3 seeded heats. So you'd expect to see the middle lanes going a bit ahead of their rivals, and Reasons doing that with aplomb here as she comes into the wall and clocks a 32.05. Harris coming in 2nd, 33.90, and Elizabeth Davis just 800ths behind.
And straight away they're seeing the effect of the seeded heats, 32.05 in the middle of the pool. As we move to the penultimate heat of this event, heat number 11, your race referee.
Bessie Morris of Novio Cigar swimming in lane 1 with Swansea Aquatics, Valia Hanoyana and Everly Beasley in 2 and 3. Rosie Roberts, another Torvine swimmer, is in lane 4. Isle of Man's Ellie Rowlands in 5. In 6, Gareth Thomas from Northampton. Nice Blair Morris in 7. Roberts coming in with a 31.68. How close will she get to that? And then who will be able to take second behind her? Rosie Roberts in pole position right now. 31.77 for Roberts. Rowlands second. And third going to Blair Morris.
Rosie Roberts there putting on the fastest time we've seen so far for the 14s. Hopefully putting herself in one of the middle lanes for tonight's final as we move to the last heat of this event. Heat number 12, your race referee.
The final heat underway then with Imogen Taylor swimming in 1 for Torvine. Wickham District's Nora Jeffson in 2. Kaya Smagiero of Aberystwyth in 3. In 4, Isla Davis from Novio Cigar. Fastest swimmer in this comp with a 31.14. Torvine Sophia Prosser in 5. Her clubmate Fionn Willis in 6, choosing to be the last into the water. Ophelia Farnworth in lane 7 for Liverpool with Cumbrians. Megan Morphy in lane 8. Davis just ahead of Prosser. Novio Cigar v Torvine, and it'll be Davis that takes it. 31.61. Second to Prosser, third to Farnworth.
Yeah, Isla Davis taking that heat comfortably there. She will be in lane 4 for tonight's 13s final. And we'll now move to event 5.22, the boys 12 to 14, 50-meter backstroke. There are 8 heats of this event. Heat number 1, your race referee.
Four swimmers in this opening heat of 8 with Wrexham Stilling Greaves in lane 3. Llewellyn Welch of Newport in 4. The Isle of Man are represented by Evan Rowlands in lane 5 with Rydian Hopkins in 6 for Torvine. All 4 of these swimmers looking to get places in the 12-year-old final. Will take place early this evening. Right now, it's Rowlands. It's just taking a glance or two over to the other side to check where he's positioned against Bulch. Rowlands comes back with a 37.70. Second Bulch, a third Greaves, fourth Hopkins.
A great race there to start the boys' 50-meter backstroke. And could we please ask for the girls in event 5.23, the 12 to 14 100-meter butterfly, the opening heats, please head to Marshallin as we move to heat number 2, your race referee.
Gethin Evans of Bridgend County in lane 1. Conway's Jasper Groves in 2. Oscar Pavlovsky swims in 3 for Rushden with Team Ipswich's Benjamin Lewis in 4. Joshua Allen of the City of Cardiff in 5. Caden Francis in 6 for Torvine with Pembrokeshire County's Herbie Leahy in 7. And Aaron Over in 8 for Buckley. Leahy swimming a good heat. Level right now with Francis and Lewis. And it could be very close between that top 3 into the wall. They all reach for it. And it's Francis Caden who gets there first. 37.34, just a hundredth ahead of Benjamin Lewis in second. And then he's only 12 hundredths ahead of Leahy in third.
Yeah, just 1/100th there separating the boys. You could fit a shoehorn between these lads as we move to heat number 3, your race referee.
Harry Dadswell in lane 1 for Pembrokeshire County, with Newmarket's Alexander Irish in 2. In 3, William Hale for Newport. Cardiff's Isaac Boyd in lane 4. In 5, Cyrus Pies of Novio Cigar. Pembrokeshire County's Yolo Bull in 6. Morgan German in 7 for Novio Cigar, and his clubmate Matteo Sassona in 8, who's going really strongly. Currently looking to be in about 2nd or 3rd come the end. Cyrus Pizer holding his own, though, in lane 5 at 34.52. Good enough for 1st. 2nd, Isaac Boyd. 3rd, Matteo Sassona. And Finn, I think you've got an announcement to make.
Great swim there at lane 5, dipping under the 35-second mark as we move to heat number 4, your race referee.
Harry Dadswell of Pembrokeshire County in lane 1. In 2, Newmarket's Alexander Irish. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong heat there. Tom Hamer in 1 for Hereford. RCT's Lucas Gilligan in 2. Lucas McLaren in lane 3 for Cardiff, with Jacob Lee, his clubmate, in 4. Sebastian Bellew in 5 for Torvine. In lane 7, Dylan Griffiths of Newport. Swansea Aquatics have Lucas William in lane 8. And it's Jacob Lee who's leading into the wall here. Lee just ahead of McLaren. And it's going to be Lee, McLaren, and then Griffiths at the end there.
Great swim again, and just a reminder, could all the 100-metre butterfly swimmers please head to marshalling as we move to heat number 5 of this event, your race referee.
Nicholas Griffiths of Nuneaton swimming in lane 1, with Pembrokeshire County's Ewan Monin in 2, Harry Nuttall in 3 for Real Dolphins. Redditch have George Ogden in lane 4, Thomas Morgan in 6 for Novio Cigar. RCT's Joshua Taylor in 7, and Thomas Davis Green for the City of Cardiff in lane 8. Harry Nuttall in 3. Yet another fine heat from the young man towards the end of a very strong meet. 32.83 for Nuttall. Griffiths in lane 1 getting 2nd, and Ewan Monin 3rd. So it's lanes 1, 2, 3 at the top there.
A comfortable swim there for Harry Nuttall. We've seen a lot of him this week, and hopefully more success will come for him tonight as we move to heat number 6, your race referee.
Thomas Agnew of Taunton Dean swimming in lane 1. Swansea Aquatics is Oscar Harvey Sullivan in 2. Kyo Evans Williams is in 3 for Penzance, with Hollywell's Charlie DeHaan in 4. Freddie Hughes in 5, racing for RCT. Mono's Oliver Lee in 6. Ben Garrett in 7, representing Merthyr Tydfil. Fletcher Martenko in 8 for RCT. This is between DeHaan and Lee, but DeHaan now moving to the best part of her body length clear. 31.67 for DeHaan, 2nd to Lee, 3rd to Hughes.
We will now move to heat number 7, your race referee.
Drew Bevan of Navio Cigar swimming in lane 1, with Penarill's Thomas Collins in 2, Cardiff's Max Staples in 3, and Rhys Jenkins in 4. Torvine have Dylan Watkins swimming in lane 5, Wrexham's Heath Williams in 6, and 2 more Torvine swimmers, Noah Cook in 7 and Bryn Pugh in 8. How about this for Rhys Jenkins? Just streaking clear, and he's going to win at a canter in lane 4 with a 27.73. We see a time under 30 seconds. Staples second, Watkins third.
Yeah, as Will mentioned, Rhys Jenkins dipping under the 30-second mark. Second fastest seed coming to this event. And we now move to the final heat. Heat number 8, your race referee.
In this final heat, Cardiff's Fraser Hughes swims in 1, Conway's Jaden Gray-Thomas in 2, and teammate Michal Mrozinski in 3. In 4, it's Ethan King of Penarill, with Pembrokeshire County's Rory Nodden in 5, Jake Davis in 7 for Newport, and Newtown's Harry Boyce in 8. All of these swimmers 14 years old. It's a straight shootout, 4 places and lanes in the 14-year-old final, and Ethan King should qualify fastest if he goes sub-30 here. A 29.85 for the win, second to Nodden, third to Mrozinski.
Yeah, another great swim there in the middle of the pool. 29.85 from Ethan King. As we move to event 523, the girls 12 to 14 100-meter butterfly, of which there are 8 heats. Heat number 1, your race referee.
Three swimmers in this opening heat of 8 of the girls' 100-meter fly. In lane 3, racing for Hereford, Morgan Feehan. In 4, Aria Coles from Neath. And their second lead swimmer in lane 5, Madeline Snellgrove. Coles coming into this with a 1:27.24. Just 1.24 behind that is Snellgrove's time. So we'll take a look at the margin between the two swimmers as they make the first turn. I think it's going to be a little bit more than that. It is indeed at half distance. Morgan Feehan racing here with an S10 classification and coming in with a 1:39.85. So we'll have a look to see what time she sets here ahead of the multi-classification final this evening.
Yeah, Morgan Feehan there out on a 42.50, setting herself up really well to make a PB here on her entry time, as Aria Coles here begins her last 15 meters of this race.
Coles ahead of Snellgrove. I think Snellgrove may have closed that gap up a little bit, but we will see come the end. Coles with a 1:19.91. Snellgrove in second, and Feehan, remember, looking to try and beat 1:39. There's 1:29 on the board, so it's going to be way lower. Look at that. A 1:32 dead for Morgan Feehan. A fantastic time in Heat 1.
Incredible swims there from all of those girls, shattering their entry times. As we move to Heat number 2, your race referee.
Amelia Clay of Swansea Aquatics in lane 1. Wrexham's Carolina Morgado in 3 and 4. Cora Payne of Dunstable with Torvine's Ava Morris in lane 5. Ella Evans then swims in 7 for the City of Cardiff. And this is a terrific opening 25, opening 30 for Carolina Morgado in lane 3. Coming in with a 1:24.84, so that's just around 6/10 off the quickest seed. Cora Payne, Morgado looking to flip the script and some here, leading with a 36.28 split at the first, or the 50-meter turn.
And could we please ask for event 524, the boys 12 to 14, 100-meter butterfly, please head to Marshallin. That is the boys 12 to 14, 100-meter butterfly to Marshallin.
Morgado continuing to charge her way down the pool, safe in the lead here as the battle for second and third is pretty tight. Morris just holding the advantage for second. Evans should get third, but it's going to be tight between Evans and Payne here. The winning time for Morgado, 1:17.66. Second is Morris, and third, Ella Evans.
Yeah, great swim there, lane 3, Carolina Morgado, dipping under that 1:20 mark as we move to heat number 3, your race referee.
Now Owen swims in lane 1 for Novio Gwyneth with Oswestry's Ella Thrussell in 2. Kaya Smigiero of Aberystwyth is in 3. Emily McEwen in 4 for Hollywell. She and Phoebe Dyed of Pembrokeshire County in lane 5. Identical entry times of 1:20 dead. Amelia Jones in 6 for RCT with Nice Isabel Gwenter in 7, and in 8 from the City of Cardiff. It is Phoebe Thomas as they come up to the turn at 50. Phoebe Dyed leads from Isabel Gwenter.
Great opening 50 there from Phoebe Dyed, 35.04, setting us up really well to break that 1:20 barrier as her entry time says. And the charge is coming from the rest of the pool, mind. Lane 1 is going very well. That is Nell Owen of Novio Gwynedd.
Dyed coming in to the final 10 meters. And we shall see Nell Owen or Isabel Gwenter for second. 1:16.06 for Phoebe Dyed. Owen taking second. Third to Gwenter. Smigiero in 4th. In this 4th heat, Sienna Hopton of Wickham District is back in the water and comes in with a 1:19.60. Isabel Eastwood in 2 for Kingston Caradons. Keris Jeffries in 3. Our half Owen in 4 for Novio Gwyneth. She comes in just a 10th quicker than Jeffries in lane 3. In 6, it's Emilise Couros of Novio Cigar with Cardiff's Evie Bidgood in 7. And in 8, Anna Jones of St Neots. Owen with the lead over Couros at 50.
I will have Owen there, Novio Gwynedd leading at the halfway point. We saw her take the 200-meter backstroke title last night. And now lane 6, that is Emilise Couros of Novio Cigar, looks to be charging down this last length. 35 meters left to go.
Couros coming into the wall comfortably here. A 1:16.06 for the win. And then a bit tighter for second and third, just 1800 separate Jeffries from Owen.
Yeah, that was an excellent swim there from lane 6. I wouldn't be surprised if that's close to a negative split there as we move to heat number 5, your race referee.
Heat 5 sees Charlotte Woodward of Bournemouth Collegiate School swim in 1. Daisy Williams in 2 for Novio Bangor, with Swansea Aquatics' Elena Gilwood in 3. In 4, Molly Cooksey-Owen of Cardiff, Newtown's Layla Williams in 5. And in 6, it's Ella Kendall of Conway, with Newport's Lara Harper in lane 7. Williams sprinting to the turn. She'll definitely be first. Who will be second behind her? It's Harper just ahead of Cooksey-Owen at the moment.
Around half a second there separating our leaders here in this heat. And it looks to be lane 5 who is just pulling away here, Layla Williams.
Yeah, Williams will come past the 15-metre marker with a good lead over Cooksey-Owen. Cooksey-Owen with a healthy enough margin now over Lara Harper. There's the win for Williams, 1:11.58. Cooksey-Owen second, third Lara Harper getting back just before Ella Kendall.
Great swim there from Layla Williams, almost 6 seconds under her entry time as we move to heat number 6, your race referee.
Novio Bangor's Amber Chowan swimming in lane 1 and getting a good underwater stretch ahead of Sol Lucy Lee of Cardiff in 2. She's the first of 3 Cardiff swimmers in a row. Caddy Jones in 3, Mai Van Mina in 4. Newport's Nina Clack is in lane 5. Next to Cardiff's Seren Pitt. And then the other side of the empty lane, Novio Gwyneth's Karen on Roberts. Clack, who performed so well yesterday, will in the end just be beaten to the touch at the turn by Mai Van Mina. Seren Pitt right up there as well. This is really close, this one.
Another close race here, especially in the golden lanes of this 100-metre butterfly. Looks to be lane 6, City of Cardiff swimmer also going with them. It's going to be a close finish, 15 metres left.
Clack trying to stay ahead of Mina. They are neck and neck. Mina might get this in lane 4. Let's see. It is Clack. Just on the touch by half a second. Mai Van Mina will take second then. Seren Pitt third.
A 1:10 there in the middle of the pool. Excellent swimming as we move to heat number 7, your race referee.
Tay Cartwright of Holywell in lane 1. Swansea Aquatics have Paige Williams in 2, Nora Jeffson in 3 for Wickham District. Cardiff's Catherine Matthews in 4, Noelle O'Hara of Wrexham in 5. Then Torvine have Isabel Price in 6 and Alex Sherrard in 7, with Caddy Evans of Penaril in lane 8. Matthews coming in with a 1:08.75. None of the other swimmers having gone sub 1:10 with their qualifying times. So 31.72 first 50 for Matthews ahead of O'Hara and Jeffson, both tied on a 32.98.
Yeah, Katrin Matthews has set this up beautifully to go under the 110 mark. The first time we may see it today, 31 at the turn. And she looks really strong here coming into her last 20 meters.
Yeah, Matthews is going to cruise away to the win, but get your cameras out for the photo finish for second, third, and fourth, because it's a lot tighter there. Matthews with a 107.42, Jeffson in second, and third, Isabel Price, just ahead of O'Hara and Sherrod.
Yeah, brilliant swim there. 107 from the 13-year-old in the middle of the pool as we move to the last heat of this event. Heat number 8, your race referee.
Fionn Willis in 1 for Torvine, with clubmate Lola Grace Jones in 2. Cardiff have Ella Ames in 3, and then 2 Novio Cigar swimmers in the middle lanes. Isla Berner in 4, Isla Davis in 5. Bolton Metro's Rosie Byrne in lane 6. Conway's Jessica Gray-Thomas in 7, with Elizabeth Davis in 8. Racing for Pembrokeshire County, Berner and Davis, the 2 Novio Cigar stars. So often renewing their rivalry in the pool. But it's actually Berner and Ems who are tied in first at the turn, 32.15.
Yeah, neck and neck there for Isla Berner and Ella Ems at the 50-meter turn. And it looks to be Isla Berner who is just pulling away here in this last 25 meters. It's going to be a strong finish. 15 meters left to swim. Breathing every 2.
Berner coming to the wall here, and Berner will take the win with a 109.65. Davis showing second for now with a 110.78, with Ems slipping to third, 110.94. Fourth place, Lola Grace Jones of Torvine.
And that concludes the girls' 100-meter butterfly. We'll now move to event 5-2-4, the boys' 12 to 14 100-meter butterfly. There are 4 heats of this event. Heat number 1, your race referee.
Evan Rowlands of the Isle of Man in 1. Sebastian Bello in 2 for Torvine. Conway's Toby Mander in 3. Jacob Lee in 4 for Cardiff. Ruthin's Ethan Miller in 5. Fletcher Martenko 6 for RCT. Cambrian's Reese Williams in lane 7. And in 8, it's Llewellyn Welch of the City of Newport as we get underway with our 4 heats of the boys' 100-meter butterfly. With 4 heats, it means this is the only one that's not a seeded heat. Miller leading by 11 hundredths over Lee at the turn.
Could we kindly ask for swimmers, coaches and spectators to avoid blocking the stairwells, please, with bags or sitting on them? Thank you very much. And can we also have the girls' 400-meter freestyle to Marshland? Thank you.
Really tight battle here between Jacob Lee and Ethan Miller of Cardiff and Ruthin, respectively. There were 8 tenths between them coming into this in favour of Lee in 4, but Ethan Miller with just a bit in front now, 112.28. He wins it by 3/10 over Jacob Lee, with Toby Mander coming back in third.
Another really close finish in this middle session of the last day at these championships as we move to heat number 2, the first of the seeded heats in this event. Your race referee.
Penaryl's Thomas Collins in lane 1. Cardiff's Henri King in 2. Torvine have Noah Cook in 3. Kyle Evans-Williams of Penzance swims in 4. Coming in with a 1:07.68. Jake Evans of Wrexham is in 5. Reece Jenkins in 6 for Cardiff. Navio Cigars, Felix Marquis Jones is in 7. And in 8, representing Taunton Dean, it's Thomas Agnew. Collins leads from lane 1 with a 31.91 as they come back down the pool. Evan Williams second.
Yeah, the two boys in the middle of the pool, both with a 1:07 entry time. Kyle Evans-Williams with 2/10 up on the entry times. However, these boys are both 14 and will be jostling for the middle lanes in tonight's final.
Would Evans-Williams count towards the tally for winners with the name Evans or the winners with the name Williams, or both? What would you reckon, Finn? As he comes in here, a 1:06.64. Second, Jake Evans, no doubt about him. And then third, Noah Cook.
Yeah, great swim there from Noah Cook, taking third in the heat and dipping under that 1:10 for the 13-year-old. As we move to heat number 3, your race referee.
Heat 3 of 4, Oswestry's Ryan Burnside in 1, Crawley's Leo Houses in 2, in 3, Fraser Hughes representing the city of Cardiff, RCT's Freddie Hughes in 4, in 5, Nuneaton's Nicholas Griffiths looking to pull away with Oscar Hewitt in 6 for Mono, Rory Nodden in 7 for Pembrokeshire County, and Theo Bancroft of Mono in lane 8. They come now to the turn. Griffiths, 31.07. And then just 400 separate Bancroft and Hewitt in second and third.
Yeah, the outside lane there, lane 8, Theo Bancroft taking this out strong, second place in the heat at the moment. But it does look to be lane 5, Griffiths leading still with 20 meters to go. Really powerful stroke there in the golden lanes, middle of the pool.
Yeah, Griffiths comfortably coming back. Bancroft, another outside lane, doing well here. Griffiths with a 1:06.19 for the win. Hughes getting second, 1:08.02, just 1500ths ahead of Bancroft in third.
Really good race in there as we move to the last heat of this event. Heat number 4, your race referee.
The two Freddies with plenty to discuss after that race. Drew Bevan swimming in 1 here for Novio Cigar. Pembrokeshire County's Harry Dadswell in 2. Harry Nuttall in 3 for Real Dolphins. In 4, Torvine's Dylan Watkins. Quickest seed with a 1:04.13 is starting to gallop away. His clubmate Bryn Hughes is in 5. Heath Williams for Wrexham in 6. In 7, it's the red cap of Novio Cigars, James Bowles, and Meridian Frampton in lane 8 for Millfield. Already turning and coming back, Dylan Watkins, 30.46 on the opening 50. Williams and Pugh follow him.
Blistering first 50 there from the middle of the pool. Dylan Watkins taking this heat out strong. Torvine Dolphin swimmer, his teammate looking to go with him in lane 5. That is Bryn Pugh. Bryn a year below Dylan Watkins in lane 4.
Now Watkins cruising here. Pugh just staying ahead of Williams. 1:03.62, so half a second quicker than his entry for Watkins. Second goes Bryn Pugh. Third, Heath Williams, with Harry Nuttall in fourth.
And a hand in the air there for Dylan Watkins, an indicator he may have been chasing the sub 104 for quite a while now. And he's done it in the final heat of this boys' 100-meter butterfly, which will take us into event 525, the girls 12 to 14, 400-meter freestyle. This event is heat declared winner, and there are 9 heats. Heat 1, your race referee.
It's a busy afternoon for Morgan Feehan of Hereford. Back in the pool in lane 2, Wrexham's Jessica Elson in 3 and 4. Poppy Killy of the Isle of Man. Myla Sullivan swims in lane 5 for Torvine, with Newport's Amelia Pasinskaite in lane 6. And just 900ths of a second to separate Poppy Killy and Myla Sullivan in those middle lanes on paper. Of course, a long race distance, sometimes those gaps open up, but also we have seen some fantastic closes to the 4, the 8 and the 1500 meter here at the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. Races being won by just a couple of tenths of a second in some cases, and often being won by the swimmer that wasn't even first at the final turn.
Couple disqualifications to announce in event 523, heat 4, lane 8. That's event 523, heat 4, lane 8. Also event 523, heat 8, lane 5. Event 523, heat 8, lane 5.
So our top 4 is Pasinskaite, Sullivan, Killy, Elson, after 100 meters of this 400-meter race. And Morgan Feehan in lane 2. An entry time of 6:13.50. She is looking to go sub. But of course she has just been in the water not that long ago to do an all-out 100-meter sprint in the butterfly. So hopefully she's had just about enough time to catch her breath before getting back in here.
And coming down this 4th length, then we start to see a move from our lane 6 swimmer. Amelia Pasinskaite from City of Newport. She's put about 2 body lengths on the rest of the field over this second 100 meters, as she will take the number 4 on the lap cards, indicating to her she has 200 meters left to swim, and she will turn on a 2:48.1, closely followed from Poppy Killy, lane 4, 2:59.2, and then Myla Sullivan and Jessica Elson.
Those splits, the halfway splits, of course, they give a really helpful indicator of the pace the swimmers are on. Feehan a 3:14.10 here. So that would be just a little bit outside her entry time. But she may well have something extra in the tank over these final 200, maybe the final 100 meters.
And taking the bell there was Amelia Passon-Katie, still leading City of Newport swimmer. She's increased her gap from Poppy Kelly in lane 4, who will give her best efforts here to chase her down. All 4 of our swimmers in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the 12 years age group. And Morgan Fern swimming in the S10 category as a 14-year-old swimmer for City of Hereford, who is now going to take the bell within the next 10 metres.
With our events that go through to finals having concluded for this session, the withdrawals table will close in 20 minutes. So please make your way to the withdrawals table if you need to withdraw your swimmers from any of the finals this afternoon. Thank you. So Amelia Passon-Katie coming in now in lane 6. A 5:53 coming into this, and she smashed that with a 5:39.51 to take provisional first in the 12-year-old age category in this event. But of course we have 9 heats, so plenty of swimming still to come.
And it's going to be just 25 metres left now for Morgan Fern swimming in the S10 category with an entry time of 6:13. She's not going to be far off that. It's going to be slightly outside it, but still a great swim, especially after the 100-metre butterfly just 20 minutes ago.
Let's give Morgan plenty of support. She comes in towards the finish here. In lane 2, the City of Hereford swimmer recording a time of 6:25.62. So it's Killy second, Sullivan third, Elson fourth, Fee in fifth, but Amelia Passon-Katie leading the 12-year-old age category with a 5:53.34. Heat 2 up next. Newport's Emily Smith swimming in lane 1. Pembrokeshire County's Esme Mason in 3, with Ruthen's Poppy Kay in 4. Una Peace goes in 5 for the Isle of Man. Neath's Beatrix Launder in 6. In 7, it's Mould's Emily Weatherhead, with Matilda Chamberlain in 8 for Cowan Alpha. Weatherhead from Mason, from Launder, from Pease at 50. Our middle 4 swimmers separated by just 0.8 of a second over the 400 meters coming into this. So we could have a really tight race on our hands. And right now we have a tight battle for the lead between Esme Mason in 3 and Emily Weatherhead in 7.
And another reminder for swimmers, spectators and coaches to please not block the stairwells and take a seat in the stands. So do not sit on the steps, please. Please find a seat within the stands.
There's a lovely group of you just sitting on the steps in the second staircase along from the start end. If you could please not sit on the steps and instead be in the seats. Thank you very much. So in this race, we have swimmers in the 12 and 13-year-old age categories. Hassan Skaiti having set the best time so far, well, in the opening heat in the 12s category. So Emily Smith in lane 1, Poppy Kay in 4, Weatherhead in 7, and Chamberlain in 8. All going to try and get sub 5:53 for our remaining swimmers, including our leader, Esme Mason. They're in the 13-year-old age category, for which no time has yet been set. And they will be looking to set the benchmark.
And it is Esme Mason there who turns first at the halfway point, 2:38.98, with just 3 seconds separating her and second and third in this heat. Esme Mason and Beatrix Launder, the 2 leaders of this heat in the same age group. And then Emily Weatherhead from Mould, just 12 years of age, who'll be looking to take provisional gold or just a medal spot in her age group after this heat.
Coming in to the bell, our leader, Esme Mason in lane 3. And then good battle continues for second. Launder just ahead of Weatherhead by about 7/10. Launder will be setting a time in the same age category as Esme Mason. Weatherhead, just 12 years old, will be setting a time in the age category below. Una Pease in 5, trying to get up amongst that battle for second in the water here, though.
And Esme Mason here, 50 meters to go. She's been the architect of her own race. She laid the foundations in the opening half, and now she looks to build through the last 100 meters, 25 meters to swim.
Yeah, has a little look, surveys the scene behind her and cements herself in first. She barrows down towards the finish. Esme Mason, the 13-year-old, will set the best time in her age group for now, 5:27.48 for Esme Mason. Launder just getting second, Weatherhead third, and Pease fourth.
Yeah, great race there. And an excellent race over in lanes 6 and 7 there. Different age groups, but still great to see a race over the near side of the pool. And that concludes this heat as we move to heat number 3, your race referee.
Heat 3 sees Erin Enoch swim in 1 for Novio Segar, with Hollywell's Bella Twist in 2. Noelle Blakely in 3 for Flitwick. Torvine's Lexi Lawn in 4. Newport have Evie Greensill swimming in lane 5. Lottie Hawkins in 6 for Pembrokeshire County. Newport's Martha Rawlinson in 7. Gracie Vokes of Caerphilly is in lane 8. Lawn and Greensill separated by just a 0.16 of a second coming into this. More than that at the opening turn as Lawn leads Blakely. Our swimmers here approaching half distance with Lexi Lawn leading in lane 4. The 13-year-old needing to go sub 5 at 27.48. Her entry time of 5:31.42 means it could be tight. So it'll be exciting to see how she does pursuing that. Lottie Hawkins holding second right now. 2:39.42 as she turns, giving her a lead of about 3 seconds over Rawlinson, who holds third. Hawkins and Rawlinson also in that 13-year-old age category, like the majority of swimmers in the pool here. Erin Enoch and Bella Twist. They are the two 12-year-olds currently in the water. Emily Weatherhead just set the new benchmark for that age group with a 5:29.85. Their entry times, like Lawns in comparison to Mason, are just a bit above that of Weatherhead. So all of our swimmers in this race needing to go full bore if they're wanting to give themselves the best chance of a medal and maybe even gold in their age category. Remember, this just heat 3 of 9.
And our lane 4 swimmer there, Lexi Lawn, just split a 1:21. If she's able to hold at this pace, it's going to be a great time in the center of the pool, well under the entry time of 5:31. And 50 meters left to swim then, 4:35. She's going to shatter this entry time, Lexi Lawn. And lane 6 swimmer also going well, Lottie Hawkins. Many of these swimmers in the 13 age group. And our lanes 1 and 2, Erin Enoch and Bella Twist of Novia Sirgar and Hollywell are 12 years of age, looking to cement their times in the podium places.
Lexi Lawn gliding home in lane 4, and she's going to be well underneath her own entry time, well underneath the target time for her age group. 5:13.68, provisional leader in the 13-year-old age group now. Second goes to Lottie Hawkins with a 5:23.86, so she'll go into second as well. Third in the pool, Evie Greensill with a 5:30.79. Fourth, Noelle Blakely. And then the fastest of the two 12-year-olds, Bella Twist with a 5:35.36. So that's just outside the time of Emily Weatherhead.
Great swimming in the third heat there. As we move to heat number 4, your race referee.
Heat 4 of 9 of the girls' 400 metres. Bridgend County's Bronwyn Robinson going in lane 1. Hollywell's Emily McEwen in 2 and Betsy Jones in 3. Wickham District have Sayana Hopton in lane 4. Newport's Connie Ray Roberts in 5 with Constance Foster of Redditch in 6. Another Newport swimmer, Olivia Clements in 7. And Cardiff's Evie Butwell in lane 8. 3 swimmers who are within 14 hundredths of each other. Betsy Jones, Sayana Hopton, and Connie Ray Roberts coming into this in lanes 3, 4, and 5. So I hope that the racing is just as close as that. Right now, Connie Ray Roberts looking to go out hard through the opening 100 and build an unassailable lead. turn at 100. Roberts clocks a 1:09.60, with Clements second and McEwen in third. 3 13-year-olds in this race. Robinson in lane 1, Roberts in 5, Foster in 6. They need to go sub 5:13.68 for Lexi, held by Lexi Lawn. And then the other swimmers, all 12 years old, looking to go under a 5:29.85. Emily Weatherhead's time that survived the previous heat.
And at the halfway point, our leader will be Roberts of lane 5. She turns in a 2:25, coming into this with an entry time of 5:19. She's on track to break that and possibly even dip under the 5-minute barrier if she can hold this pace. And across the rest of the pool then, looking to rustle something up as they fight for their positions in this heat. The second place swimmer looks to be lane 6, Constance Foster of Redditch.
Roberts taking the bell with a 3:42.45. Really accomplished swim. May well see her into first in her age group. Second, Constance Foster. Third, Olivia Clements, the quickest of the 12-year-olds in this race. Connie Ray Roberts onto her final 50, roared home by her supporters here at the Wales National Pool. She's 25 metres in closing, 5:13 the time to beat. 5:43 comes up on the board. She's got 20 seconds to play with and only around 17 metres to go when she went past that 20-second marker. So it's going to be a comfortable new lead for Connie Ray Roberts, a 4:57.12, provisional gold for now.
An excellent swim there in the middle of the pool, dipping under that 5-minute mark, possibly for the first time, definitely much quicker than her entry time, as we now see our lane 6 swimmer, Foster from Redditch, 5:16.66, also beating her entry time, as the near side of the pool all finished their heat.
Yeah, close between the two 12-year-olds in 7 and 8 there, Olivia Clements and Evie Butwell. Both of them going faster than Emily Weatherhead's 5:29. Clements now the leader with a 5:20.47 in the 12-year-old age category.
Great race in there across the board from our swimmers as we move to heat number 5 of this event, your race referee.
And they are away in Heat 5. Pembrokeshire County's Phoebe Dyed swimming in lane 1 with Novio Cigar's Nina Powell in 2. Megan Williamson in 3 for the Isle of Man. Sol Lucy Lee swims in 5 for the City of Cardiff, the de facto fastest seed now in this heat with a 5:17.40 with no one in lane 4. Alyssa Brown in 6 for RCT. Swansea Aquatics' Elena Gilwood is in lane 7. And in 8 from Bridgend County, it's Lily Mae Crump.
Taking this heat out really ambitiously then in lane 5, 33.4 at the 50 mark. So Lucy Lee of City of Cardiff, 5:17 entry time coming into this. And she looks in control here down this first 100 meters.
$110.93 for Sol Lucy Lee, 100 into this 400. Nina Powell in 2nd, Williamson in 3rd. And no 12-year-olds in this heat, so Olivia Clement's time will survive as the leading one for at least a heat. Then we have 2 13-year-olds in the water here. Megan Williamson in lane 3, Alyssa Brown in 6, trying to go sub 4:57.12, which will be a big ask on their entry times, but then Connie Ray Roberts went well under hers to set that time, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. The remaining swimmers all in the 14-year-old age group, so they are needing to go underneath Morgan Feehan's time in the low 6 minutes.
There have been 2 withdrawals from event 524, the 100-meter butterfly for the 13 years age group. Jacob Lee from City of Cardiff, there is now a swim available. And could a coach from Holywell please head over to the control room, please? A coach from Holywell to the control room.
And to the bell they come, with Sol Lucy Lee continuing to lead, 3:51.07 on the board, a lead of exactly 4 seconds over Alyssa Brown outside her. Brown, the age group below Lucy Lee, Sol Lucy Lee. Phoebe Dyed going well in lane 1. Dyed trying to catch and pass Alyssa Brown in 6. And then a really tight contest between Powell in 2, Williamson in 3. And on the other side of the pool, Gilwood and Crump in 7 and 8. Well, they are not only fighting between the 2 of them, but also with Powell and Williamson on the other side.
And closing in now on the last length is Sol Lucy Lee. She has shone from start to finish like a supernova here in the middle of the pool. Lane 5, City of Cardiff swimmer. She's going to take this heat. 15 meters now left to swim.
Like a supernova indeed. And a 5:08.98 for Seoul Lucy Lee, setting the benchmark for the 14-year-old age group. Alyssa Brown coming back second, third to Williamson, fourth to Dyed.
And that's the beauty of the 400 freestyle, a really close race there, even at the very end on the near side of the pool. As we move to heat number 6, your race referee.
Heat 6 sees Owen Williams of Neath in lane 1. Rhonda's Gwen May in 2. In 3, Lara Harper off to a fast start for Newport. Morpeth Charlotte Harris swims in 4 with Novio Gwyneth Snell Owen in 5. In lane 6, it's Wrexham's Carolina Morgado with Isabel James swimming in 7 for Rhonda. Just over 4 tenths between our middle 4 swimmers. The quickest of those, Charlotte Harris, coming in with a 5:13.47. And only one swimmer in this race in the 12-year-old age category, Carolina Morgado, needing to go sub 5:20.47. Connie Ray Roberts, best time for the 13-year-old, survived that last heat. Now Owen, the only swimmer that can try and beat that here. All of the other girls in the pool trying to better Seoul Lucy Lee's 5:08.98.
And 100 meters done here, an early lead for Lara Harper, Newport swimmer in lane 3, 1:09.94 at the 100-meter mark. And she looks strong up this third 50. Of course, the third 50 of the 400 is where you can make or break your race. She looks to be holding a stroke really well here, as well as the rest of the field almost in a line.
Calm and composed swimness from Lara Harper in lane 3, 2:26.36 at the halfway mark. And then, how about this? 5 swimmers converging on the wall, such close proximity to each other. Charlotte Harris, the first of those, with a 2:35.28. Morgado, the last, with a 2:38.41. Just 3 seconds separating all 3 swimmers after 200, with another 200 to go.
And a dominant swim here from lane 3, 3:44.47 for Lara Harper at the 300-meter mark. It's been an excellent controlled swim, and she's just built and built throughout. An 11-second lead on the rest of the field. Harris of lane 4 turning in second, and a lovely diagonal pattern across the pool then, alongside lane 2. Gwen May, who's also going with them, the Rhonda swimmer. And important to note here that Carolina Morgado Wrexham of lane 6 is 12 years of age, so swimming in that 12-year category. Lane 6, the Wrexham swimmer there, Carolina, looking to beat the provisional gold of 5:24.7 set earlier in the heats. She set herself up very well to do that. She turns on a 4:41.
Laura Harper coming in a 5 minutes .08 for the win. Terrific swim from the young swimmer from Newport, and she will take the lead in the 14-year-old age category. Here come the rest. Harris second, Owen third, fourth goes to Morgado, fifth to May, and sixth to James.
An excellent swim there from Laura Harper of lane 3 as we move to our seeded heats of this event. Heat number 7, your race referee.
Rosie Byrne of Bolton Metro swimming in lane 1. Navio Cigars, Emilise Curis in 2. Isabel Goody Diego missing in lane 3. Isabel Pavlovsky of Rushden in 4. Ava Rose Davis in 5 for Novio Cigar. Nala Britton in 7, racing for the city of Cardiff. And another Novio Cigar swimmer. Abigail Parry in lane 8. So to bring you up to speed with the standings as they currently are, Carolina Morgado finished there with a 5:20.21, meaning that she took the lead in the 12-year-old category by just 16 hundredths of a second, 26 hundredths of a second. No one was able to better the time set by Connie Ray Roberts. That survives another heat, 4:57.12, still the best 13-year-old time, while Laura Harper has gone in as the fastest 14-year-old for the time being, beating Sol Lucy Lee's time by 8.9 seconds. Leading at 100, Rosie Byrne, 1:11.83. Nala Britton second, and Pavlovsky in lane 4 in third. So we've got a real spread of the lead across the pool, and all 6 swimmers who are in, well, they're pretty tightly packed together.
And still a tight race on our hands here between our top 3, Rosie Byrne, Ava Rose Davis, and Nala Britton. Looks to be the lane 7 swimmer, Nala Britton, just with the edge at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be good to see this battle go right down to the wire. It will rage into the final 100 as the bells sound out together. Ava Rose Davis, 347.99. 348.81 for Britain, less than a second behind. 349.47 for Rosie Byrne. Under a second back once again. These three all in the 13-year-old age category. All trying to go sub 4:57. So they've got 40 seconds now. And then we have Kuris, Pavlovsky, and Parry contesting third. Pavlovsky could go sub 5 minutes and take the lead for the 14s. As could Kuris for the 12s if she goes under 5:20. How about this finish from Nala Britton in lane 7? She's going to come in and record a 5:02.77. Nala Britton winning there. 5:08.84 for Davis, couple of seconds behind. And Rosie Byrne third. Fourth will go to Abigail Parry. Fifth, Pavlovsky. And sixth, Kuris. So we come to the end of Heat 7. No change to our leaders. On we go to Heat 8. Your race referee. The penultimate heats of the girls' 400-meter freestyle sees Anya Coakley of Ipswich swimming in lane 1. She's really excelled through these middle and longer distance events at the Summer Championships. Cardiff's Molly Cooksey-Owen swims in 2. Gail Lawn in 3 for Torvine. In lane 4, Karis Thomas of Northampton, our first swimmer to come into one of these races with an entry time sub 5 minutes, a 4:59.11. Ophelia Farnworth in lane 5, racing for Liverpool with Maidenhead's Alice Jones in 6, Navier Bangor's Amber Chowan in 7, and Nova Centurion's Seren Mason in lane 8. Eight lengths of the Wales national pool for these girls. 2 of them coming to completion now. And the lead is with Alice Jones in lane 6. 1:09.58 at 100. Whereas Thomas 1:10.70. So just over a second behind in second. And look at that, it's a real dogfight behind. No swimmer falling back in the opening 100. We look to have a fantastic contest ahead of ourselves with the provisional gold medalists seeing out another heat in Heat 7 prior to this. Carolina Morgado still leading for the 12-year-olds, 5:20.21. Connie Ray Roberts still leading for the 13-year-olds, 4:57.12, which is also the fastest time overall. That's Lara Harper, the quickest 14-year-old with a 5 minutes .08. Well, in this race, we have one 12-year-old, Anya Coakley in lane 1. 3 13-year-olds, Molly Cooksey-Owen in 2, Gail Lawn in 3, and Seren Mason in 8. With the remaining 4 swimmers from lanes 4 to 7, all 14 years old.
And a disqualification to announce in event 525, heat 7, lane 2. Event 525, heat 7, lane 2.
The bell at 300 meters for Alice Jones, 3:40.47. Alice Jones very much on pace to become the quickest 14-year-old so far with just one heat remaining. Second held by Gail Lawn. Can she take that fantastic 4:57.12 away from Connie Ray Roberts? Anya Coakley, she should be on pace to beat Carolina Morgado as well. Alice Jones coming back in 6:4:53.63 for the win and for first in her age category. Second in the pool, Karis Thomas. Third, Gail Lawn. Gail Lawn's going to be just outside Connie Ray Roberts' time. That will survive. Anya Coakley. Let's have a look at her. Lane 7, 5:10.33. She is lane 1 in 7th place, 5:10.33. She is going to take the lead in the 12-year-old age category.
And in the latter heats of this 400 freestyle, we see them start to tighten up as we move into the last heat of this event. Heat number 9, your race referee.
Macy Davis of Torvine in lane 1. Conway's Jessica Gray-Thomas in 2. Isla Berner missing in 3 with Nina Clack in 4 for Newport. Torvine's Darcy Reasons in 5. Nora Jefferson in 6 for Wickham District. Wrexham's Caitlin Nelson is in 7. And in lane 8, it's Newport's Beatrice Manship. Clack and Reasons in 4 and 5, both coming in with 4:41s. Clack, her 4:41, ending with a 0.45. Darcy Reasons with a 0.97. So just 0.52 between the two of them coming into this. And it's not just the two of them that are tightly matched right now. Our swimmers could be covered with a ruler if you put it across the pool. They are that evenly matched. And coming up to the 100-meter turn, I think it's going to be Nora Jefferson in lane 6 who's going to get the first touch. It is indeed. And she's just a quarter of a second up on Reasons. And then Macy Davis in lane 1 managing to split those two middle lane swimmers. But plenty still to come, plenty to change throughout the rest of this race, which has one 12-year-old swimmer in it, Beatrice Manship. Her entry time, 4:55.90, would be good enough to beat the time that Anya Coakley just set to take the lead in a 12-year-old age category of 5:10.33. We have 3 13-year-olds, There were 3 on the entry list, 2 in the water. Gray Thomas in lane 2, Jefferson in lane 6. Both of their entry times are below Connie Ray Roberts, currently leading 4:57.12, which has survived multiple heats to get through to this final one, with Roberts still in the provisional gold medal position. And then our remaining swimmers, Davis in 1, Clack in 4, Reasons in 5, and Elson in 6, all 14 years old. And so they are going after Alice Jones, 4:53.63.
And a really tight race at the front of this heat. Lane 5, Darcy Reasons, and lane 6, Nora Jefferson, going head-to-head down this 650.
Reasons leading in 5, just ahead of Jefferson. It's a really good race between these two swimmers in different age categories, but both of them really keen to get the first place in the water in this closing heat of the girls' 400-meter freestyle. And then so little to choose between Davis, Gray Thomas, Clack, Elson, and Manship in the remaining 5 lanes. There's no doubt that our winner will come from either one of Reasons or Jefferson.
And so then the Torvine Dolphins hat in the middle of the pool, possibly a placebo-like first 300 meters, because this last 100, she's had loads to give. 5 meters left to swim.
Darcy Reasons comes in to record a 4:43.36. Good enough to win this heat. Good enough for gold in her age group. Jefferson doing the same in the 13-year-old age category. And then it's 3rd for Davis, 4th Gray Thomas, jointly with Caitlin Elson, a 4:53.50 for both of them. 6th for Beatrice Manship with a 4:56.64, 7th for Clack. So your gold medalists, Beatrice Manship, Nora Jefferson, and Darcy Reasons, as we go from 12 to 13 to 14.
Excellent swimming there across the girls' 400-meter freestyle as we move to event 526. The boys 12 to 14, 800-meter freestyle. Heat declared winner, 3 heats. Heat 1, your race referee.
Six swimmers in our opening heat of 3 of the boys' 800-meter freestyle. Reese James of Cambrian swimming in lane 2. Conway's Taylor Prince in 3. In 4, it's Salisbury's Matthew Stanford Jason. Ted Carpenter goes in 5 for Swansea Aquatics. Rushton's Oscar Pavlovsky in lane 6. Neath's Gethin Lewis in lane 7. Fastest time coming into this, Stanford Jason's 10:41.32. That's 1.6 seconds, thereabouts, quicker than Carpenter alongside him. And represents, across the field, more than a minute's difference. I think we'll probably see the swimmers closer together than that at the ends. 3 13-year-olds in lanes 3, 4, and 5. 3 12-year-olds in lanes 2, 6, and 7. One of whom is right up amongst it at 100. Gethin Lewis in lane 12. And at the turn, at 100, Stanford Carpenter leading with a 1:10.92. Prince second, 1:11.78. Third, Stanford Jason, 1:13.36.
The halfway mark then for our two leading swimmers. Swansea Aquatics, Ted Carpenter will turn first just over that 5-minute mark. Coming into this with a 10:42. He set himself up very well to go under that if he can hold this pace. And going with him is Taylor Prince from Conwy in lane 3.
600 down, 200 to go for our leading pair. Ted Carpenter in 5, Taylor Prince in 3. 7:43.10 for Carpenter, 7:46.03 for Prince. A 3-second margin between the two. And Finn, you were noticing something, but it's interesting how close they are, given that they have very different styles, different approaches to this race.
Yeah, you know, the Conwy swimmer, we can see he's got a very high stroke rate, very powerful stroke. And then our Swansea swimmer in lane 5, very technical, very efficient through the water. You know, as many people say, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Well, who's going to come first in this, the efficiency or the power? It's going to be a great race. 250 meters left to go, 150 meters left to go, sorry. And let's see who's going to take this heat.
Profound musings from Finn Bennett up here in the commentary box. I guess the only question is, which of them are you saying is the chicken and which is the egg? So we know at the end which came first. While Finn thinks on that, there's now a 4-second margin between the two of them. So Carpenter just extending the lead a fraction over the previous 100 meters. Holding third, Stanford Jason in lane 4. So it is our 313-year-olds at the head of the field. And then Lewis with just around a 1.5-second margin over Pavlovsky. Williams coming into his final 100 in 6th. Lewis currently looking like he'll set the fastest time in a 12-year-old age category, but Pavlovsky in no mood to finish second out the 12-year-olds. And you can see Lewis is giving it absolutely everything, but Pavlovsky does look to be catching up. We'll come back to that in a second. For now, it's all about the battle between Ted Carpenter and Taylor Prince. Or, as Finn affectionately knows them, the chicken and the egg. In comes Ted Carpenter, 10:18.82 for the win, 10:21.78. So the 3-second margin restored. Taylor Prince catching up a little bit on that final 100. Ted Carpenter winning this opening heat, 10:18.82. And the provisional lead time in the 14-year-old age category, 13-year-old age category, I should say, sorry. And right to the wall it goes. Lewis just ahead of Pavlovsky. The two of them really tearing after each other in the final 100. By the end, there were only 49 hundredths between them. Rhys Williams coming back in 6th. Gethin Lewis leads the 12-year-old category with a 10:51.50.
Great race in there in Heat 1 as we now move to Heat number 2 of this event, your race referee.
Heat 2 into the water with Alexander Irish swimming in lane 1. Novio Cigars, Felix Marquis Jones in 2. Zach Jones of the City of Cardiff in 3, with Leicester's Logan Maggs in 4, Jake Davis in 5 for Newport, Moulds Jonas Evans in 6. In lane 7, it's Conway's Jaden Gray Thomas with Owain Jones in 8 for Torvine. 3 12-year-olds, Irish in 1, Jones in 3, Evans in 6, needing to go below the 10:51.50 of Gethin Lewis. Just a 113-year-old in this race. Owain Jones closest to you in lane 8. He needs to better the 10:18.82 of Ted Carpenter. While our remaining swimmers, Gray Thomas in 7, Davis in 5, Mags in 4, and Marcus Jones in 2, will set the first times in the 14-year-old age category. With Jake Davis turning first at 100, 1:10.39. And he leads by around about a second and a half over Jonas Evans. So here we have an example of a swimmer going out fast early and hoping that it sticks.
Yeah, definitely. There's many ways that you can do the 800-meter freestyle. It is such a complex event, and there's mainly two decisions. You can hold back and look to wiggle your way through the field, or you can look to be the man, the myth, the legend, and take it from the front and just try to lead it the whole way. As we can see, Jake Davis trying to do here in lane 5 with a 1:48.48 at the 150-meter mark.
Do you have a tactic that you prefer that suits your style better? Have you tried both tactics?
In the 800, it's always great to have a race. A lot of the time I choose the wrong race, to be honest. But today didn't quite go my way. Always good to have a battle out, no matter what happens in your heat. Just you want to try go with it, stick to your race plan, and see how fast you can go.
A little bit of audience interaction there after you've gone through your race plans. Always good to see. For you, where's the point where you feel that generally you could be confident you could kick on and go all out to the end?
In the 800, I find the halfway point always a nice feeling once you're past that 400 mark, and you can really start to push on in the race and then just build the legs. I tend to bring in the legs later on in the race as I don't have a very strong kick, so I've got to bring it on later and hope that it can power me to the end. Bit different to the 1500 then. 1500, you push on, for me, every 500 meters. So the first 500 meters is strictly pull, then the legs slowly start to come in and then build towards the very end for a really nice race.
That sounds good, but of course, if any coaches, especially any of Finn's coaches, have any thoughts on how he can improve his racecraft, then the live chat is open on the live stream on ARCAE Sports. Do feel free to contribute with some suggestions there. In the meantime, nice little tussle here. Jake Davis in 5, just a bit ahead of Jonas Evans in 6, with Logan Maggs in 4, ready to pounce. Should either of them show any signs of slowing down. And Maggs is kind of within that region where we have seen people happily just sit off and wait until the later stages to go for it and haul in the people in front. Got the phones ringing off the hook up here, Finn. Lots of suggestions coming in. So Evans looks like he was trying to make a bit of a move on Davis. Davis has responded. Two swimmers continuing to show real power as they drive their way back towards the turn end. Having gone past half distance in this 800-meter race. Evans really making that move. Davis. Has he got the stamina to just keep a little bit out in front? Make it hard for Evans to have the move stick. Finn, how hard can it be when you've got the pace that you want to go at, you want to swim your own race, and then you find someone that you weren't really expecting to challenge you up level with you and trying to overtake? I mean, how hard do you find it then to still stick to the plan you had and make sure you see your race out the way you want?
Yeah, you know, there is two sides to it. You want to always be able to stick to your race plan, but in swimming, especially in distance events, it's so important that you know how to react to what's going on around you. You know, if anyone goes past you or if someone's not holding back, you don't wait for them, you just go, you stick to the race plan, and if someone does then try to push you, it's important that you react and race them till the very end.
Well, as we come into the final 200, Jonas Evans, the 12-year-old from Mold, he's going to lead Jake Davis, and he's going to lead him by the best part of a second. Third, Logan Maggs, 7:40.39 with 200 to go. Our leading pair within half a length of the bell. Jonas Evans absolutely gunning it here. Amazing to see how these swimmers have upped the pace from the early stages.
Yeah, you know, this is a great example from lane 6 of not waiting around. He could have waited till the last 100, last 50 to go, but, you know, he's gone early. He's gone with 200 meters to go, and he's hoping to take the race out of lane 5's Jake Davis, who now looks to go, but it might be too late. It's a very good decision here from Jonas Evans if he can carry on to go with 200 meters left, but it is looking to be a close finish.
They will, of course, set times in different age groups, but let's not let that take away from the theatre we have on offer here. Fourth, currently held by Gray Thomas. A fifth, a little way further back, Zach Jones. A sixth for Irish, about 3 seconds further back again. Seventh is Jones. He's just over a second behind Irish. And eighth, Marquis Jones at the moment, as our leading pair are on the final 50. Into the final 20 now for Jonas Evans of Mold, needing to better a 10:51.50, and right now he could stop dead in the water and have a little breather before going again, and he would still manage that. He's going to come in with a 9:58.10, a wonderful swim from Jonas Evans. No doubt motivated by the pace that was being shown by Jake Davis, and then managing to go even better than that. Third, Logan Maggs.
Yeah, that's incredible racing there from Jonas Evans, the Mold swimmer from lane 6. He made the decision to go early, and it paid off, dipping under that 10-minute mark and taking the race from Jake Davis, who also swam a very good 800 there, 10:05.4, closely followed by Logan Maggs. But an excellent strategy there from Jonas Evans.
And in comes Zach Jones in 5th place. Owain Jones 6th. 7th to Irish. It'll be 8th for Marquis Jones. Owain Jones, the only person who could try and compete with Ted Carpenter here, but he has just gone over Carpenter's time. So that holds through into the final heat, which will come next. The closing heats of the afternoon before the finals session later on. The closing heats of this entire Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. Let's enjoy it. It's going to be up around 10 minutes of brilliant 800-meter racing between these 7 swimmers. And a great way to send off the heat phases of this wonderful meet that's taking place at the Wales National Pool in Abertawe. Sam Evans leading in lane 4 at 50 metres for Pembrokeshire County. Penzance have Kyo Evans-Williams in 1. Well, they don't because he's not in the water. Oliver Lloyd is in 2 for Wantage. Wrexham's Heath Williams in 3. Patrick McCullough in 5 for Holywell. Swansea Aquatics' Isaac Antwistle is in 6. In 7, it's Novio Cigars' James Bowles, with Harry Nuttall in 8 for Real Dolphins. Harry Nuttall, the only 13-year-old in the pool here, as Sam Evans turns in the lead at 100 on a 103.57, which means that he's already got more than 3-second advantage over Heath Williams. As I was saying, Harry Nuttall, the only 13-year-old, he needs to beat Ted Carpenter's 10.18.82. He comes in with a 10.11.32, so eminently achievable for Nuttall. All of our other 6 swimmers are 14 years of age. They need to go sub 10.05.40, just set by Jake Davis in the previous heat when he finished 2nd in the water. And given that 5 of our swimmers come in with entry times sub 10 minutes, the best of those, Sam Evans, is 9:28.52. There should be a good chance there. What is not up for grabs is the gold medal in the 12-year-old age group. Jonas Evans, 9:58.4. 9:58.1, I believe it was, in the previous heat. We'll see him have that gold medal to take home with no 12-year-olds in the final heat.
Yeah, just to go back to that swim from Jonas Evans, it was so well swam. You know, he went with 200 to go, and it really did pay off. He just took the race out of everybody else in the heat, even though they weren't in his age group. Another great example of just all-out racing here at these summer championships, as we see Sam Evans storm down his 5th length.
.300 metres complete, 500 to go. Sam Evans turning in the lead, 3:25.39, having gone out of the blocks like an express train. 3:32.45 at the turn for McCullough, holding 2nd by just around 2 seconds over Heath Williams. He's got a 2nd on Oliver Lloyd, who is 4th currently. So tight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And all 4 of that top 4 in that 14-year-old age category. And Finn, I was talking the other day with Alex about the fact that my mind wanders. If I'm not talking, my mind wanders. If I was doing the 800 or the 1500, I would struggle to stay focused through the duration. How do you make sure your mind doesn't wander? Or is it even okay for that to happen so that you're not stressing too much about the race?
Yeah, I've got quite a good indication of when I'm focused and I'm not focused. It tends to be, if I need to look at the lap cards, I know that it's not going very well because I'm not focused enough. But when I know exactly where I am, how many meters I've swam, that's when I know I'm in a good rhythm. And, you know, I think especially with an open water background. You know, the races, they can last up to an hour and a half sometimes in the 7.5 Ks. So, you know, you go a long time and you need to try to stay focused because there's always someone pushing from behind you, especially if you're not leading the race. So, you know, you do need to keep switched on. In the 1500, you do want to get into a rhythm, and sometimes it does feel a bit like autopilot, but you do need to make sure that you're switched on to where you are, how long you've got left, and what's going on around you. .300 meters left to swim then for Sam Evans. He's been building this lead over this event, and he now holds 7 seconds on lane 5, Patrick McCullen of Holywell. Same age group for these boys. Sam Evans in a very good position here to lead them to gold.
Race hotting up in this final 200. It's still Sam Evans that leads, but a good chase from McCullough in 5 and Williams in 3. They're not wanting to let up. Oliver Lloyd in 2, doing what he can to stay with them. Harry Nuttall currently on a 7:35.42 at 600 as he goes after that 10:18.82.
And it was just a few minutes ago we were saying about a 7 to 8 second gap that Sam Evans has. It's now just 5 seconds. Patrick McCullen turning it on early here. 200 meters to go is when he turned it on. And Sam Evans has got to be careful here. He's going to take the bell in 10 meters time, but Patrick McCullen is not letting this race go. About an 8 meter gap stays between them.
So have a look at the splits. Yeah, best part of 6 seconds, but still just under. And it looks to me like maybe McCullough are even finding another extra gear here since the bell. As too, to be fair, has Williams, because Williams hasn't really fallen back on McCullough while McCullough's closed in on Evans. Both of them with a very high stroke rate right now. And the bell for Nuttall. But Evans looks like he will have done enough here. Under 6 seconds again, the gap. Evans just aware, responding, and seeing this through. And McCullough, who maybe has burnt through some gears, finding himself under threat from Heath Williams in these closing meters. Here comes our winner, Sam Evans, coming back in a time of 9:28.94. But let's have a look here. Who's going to get second right at the end? It is Heath Williams, 9:34.15. He beats McCullough by a tenth of a second right at the very end after McCullough put in that stunning chase on Sam Evans. Heath Williams comes through to claim second and a silver medal with all of these swimmers faster than the previous benchmark in the 14-year-old age category. First Evans, second Williams, third McCullough, fourth is Lloyd, fifth is Antwistle, sixth is Bowles, and then coming back in seventh but claiming the gold medal in the 13-year-old age category, Harry Nuttall.
Well, yeah, an excellent finish there in lane 3. Heath Williams, he really did take the race to Patrick McCullough there in the closing stages of the last heat of the session. And it paid off. He's going to take the silver medal, 9:34.15, and the bronze to Patrick McCullough.
Well, that brings to an end the final heat session of the Summer Championships 2026. And we will just have the finals to come now. What a final session it's going to be. We will have 50 meters of backstroke, the 100-meter butterfly, and then we wrap it all up with that incredibly exciting mixed 4x100-meter medley relay. Finn, they're always so entertaining.
Yeah, you know, the 4x100-meter medley relay, so exciting, especially the mixed race. Historic here in Britain, winning the first time that it was at the Olympic Games. I'm really excited to see what the teams can bring later on this evening.
Yeah, you've got all that to come with the final session starting at 4:20. We'll get underway with the broadcast of that on a live stream at 4:15. But for now, it is time to say a big thank you to our officials as they make their way off the pool deck. If you're here in the arena at the Wales National Pool, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you for your support here at the pool for the swimmers through that heat session. And for those of you on the live stream, we'll look forward to seeing you at 4:15 for the final session. Take care. Summer Championships 2026. We're back on the live stream on ARCAE Sports on YouTube, and we are ready to bring our officials out ahead of the finals. Please, for those of you here in the Wales National Pool, give a big hand to our officials. Your referee for this final session is Gareth Bennett. Your AOE is Fran Flint. And your starter, Dave Avery. Thank you very much, officials. You may be seated. Well, a big final session coming up to close these summer championships, but it's particularly big for one man in particular from RCT. Rich has been coaching at RCT for 6 years now, and he is leaving today. This is his last competition, his last ever session with RCT. Can we all give Rich from RCT a big hand? And of course, Finn, without the coaches, the swimmers would not be able to put in the incredible performances that we have been lucky enough to see this week.
Yeah, definitely. Coaches play a vital role in every swimmer's journey, and I'm really excited to see what the swimmers can bring to us tonight.
Yeah, massive respect to all of the coaching teams who have made the journey here to the national pool. They've been supporting tirelessly on the pool side throughout, giving advice in the warm-ups and the breaks, and especially for those who jumped on the chat on the live stream earlier on today to provide Finn with some advice about his ongoing 800 meter and 1500 meter racing career. Finn, did you find that advice helpful?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I got to thank Nick for the chat. Definitely helped me in that 800 earlier today. Well, the final session today is going to start off fast and furious with the 50-meter backstroke. We've got the girls' finals first, followed by the boys. We'll then have the 100-meter butterfly, and then we conclude with 3 races in the 4x100-meter mixed medley relay. Let's get ourselves underway and meet our finalists for the first final of the evening. That's in the 12-year-old girls age group. And we begin in lane 8 with Mono's Isabel Munslow. Racing in 7 from Holywell, Emily McEwen. In 6, it's Amelia Foxwell of the City of Cardiff. In 5, her clubmate, Jade van Zyl. In 4, for Wickham District, Sienna Hopton. In 3, Mono's Caroline Musty. In 2, Phoebe Thomas of the City of Cardiff. And in lane 1, representing Wrexham, Heidi Williams. Finalists, your race referee. Well, as our swimmers enter the water, it has already been a super 6 for Sienna Hopton. 6 gold medals at these Summer Championships. Can it be a sensational 7th here as she looks to add the 50-meter backstroke to her titles
that include the 200 backstroke. She leads as we go past 20 meters remaining, just ahead of Musty to her outside, Van Zyl to her inside, and it looks like the best competition is going to come from Musty here. Hopton v Musty, into the wall they go, and it is gold number 7 for Sienna Hopton, silver for Musty, and bronze for Van Zyl.
What a way to open our finals of the last session at this year's Summer Championships.
Up next, the 13s, and swimming in lane 8, Kaya Smigiero, racing for Aberystwyth. In lane 7 from Cardiff, it's Chloe Bates. In 6, Pembrokeshire Counties, Elizabeth Davis. In 5 from Torvine, Betsy Harris. In 4, Isla Davis of Noviosagar. In 3, Wrexham's Noelle O'Hara. In 2, from Neath, Blair Morris. And in 1, Everly Beasley of Swansea Aquatics. Finalists, your race referee. Coming into this, Isla Davis has a qualifying time that would put her fastest in the 16-year-old final. It would have qualified her for the Opens final. That is how fast she goes. She has already won the 200-meter backstroke. Can she add the 50 here? Well, she's well ahead of the rest of the field. I think we know where gold is going to go. The question is, what about silver? Smigiero having a good race in 8. As is O'Hara in 3, and to the wall for gold, Isla Davis. Silver taken by Noelle O'Hara, and bronze by Kaya Smigiero.
Well, 31.44 in the middle of the pool there for Isla Davis. An excellent swim and a really close race for silver and bronze.
On we go to the 14s, starting in lane 8 with Megan Morphy of Cumbria. In 7, Newport's Freya Fordham. In 6, from the Isle of Man, Ellie Rowlands. In 5, Sophia Prosser of Torvine. In 4, Torvine's second swimmer in this final, Rosie Roberts. In 3, their third representative, Darcy Reasons. In 2, racing for Liverpool, Ophelia Farnworth. And in lane 1, Karis Thomas of Northampton. Finalists, your race referee. And they are away in the third final of the girls' 50-meter backstroke. Surfacing first and getting underway, the 3 Torvine stars in 3, 4, and 5. Reasons, Roberts, and Prosser. Could they lock out the podium for the Dolphins? They're going about it in the best way possible right now. They have a margin over the swimmers to their left and right. But what order will these Torvine superstars finish? It looks like Prosser's going to get there first. She does. Gold Prosser, silver Roberts, bronze Reasons. The whole podium goes to Torvine. Well, that brings us through the 3 girls' finals of the 50-meter backstroke. We've got the 4 women's finals next up. And just as we expected, Finn, they've been super exciting so far.
Yeah, definitely. And like we just saw in that race, you mentioned at the start, Will, how important coaches are. And that's a testament to the work that the coaches down at Torvine Dolphins are doing, going 1, 2, 3 there, especially over 50 metres when margins can be so tight. Excellent swimming there from the Torvine Dolphin girls.
Yeah, they've got such a strong girls section and such a strong group of swimmers around that 14 to 15 age group. And as we go up through the age groups, we're going to see more representatives from the city of Cardiff and from teams like Swansea University in particular, where when our swimmers get to the point where they're going to university, really there's only one place to go in Wales that's going to give you that perfect development.
Yeah, Swansea Uni with a really strong background in swimming. We saw this year many of their swimmers go into Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games, and it's just really nice to see when we have such a strong presence of Swansea University at these championships, which can create really tight finals, and especially when they enter a very strong relay team.
Yeah, speaking of that relay, we have the mixed medley relay coming up later on. It's such a tactical one. The medley relay was always tactical, the mixed relay always tactical. You add those two things together. For the coaches, it's kind of the ultimate decision to make about who you put in that team and then which stroke you're putting them on.
Yeah, definitely. The 4x1 medley has got to be one of my favourite relays to watch, and we'll be there very soon as we now will move to event 511, the girls 15 and over 50 metre backstroke.
We start in lane 8 with Swansea Aquatics, Lola Goodman. In 7, it's Leah Williams of Novio Gwynedd. In 6, from Penaril, Seren Leyland. In 5, Newtown's Rennie Thurston. In 4, from Hereford, Ella Kindred. In lane 3, Hannah Jones swims for Novio Cigar. In 2, Carrie Bissix of Neath. And in 1, representing RCT, Ella Duggan. Finalists, your race referee. Well, a big opportunity for our swimmers in this final to write their names into the winners list at the Summer Championships. We don't have either the champion from the 100 or the 200 backstroke in this race, so it's much more open than it might otherwise be as we see Ella Kindred of Hereford bolt her way down in lane 4. Good turnover of the arms. She's going to come back first. She's the best part of her body length now. But it's so tight between Hannah Jones and Rennie Thurston for second, and it is just Rennie Thurston that gets there by 0.03 of a second. Gold Kindred, silver Thurston, and bronze to Jones.
Yeah, what a swim that was in the middle of the pool. It's not very often that you see a body length on the rest of the field, especially over 50 metres in a final. Great swimming there from Ella Kindred, and another tight race for silver and bronze, just 3/100 separating them. And a dead heat for bronze there between Heenith Jones and Seren Leyland.
We move now to the 16s, and we start in lane 8 with Caerphilly's Caris Edwards. In 7, it's Isabel Hornby of Novio Gwynedd. In 6, from Cwmbran, Ruby May Bendon. In lane 5, Serenity Thomas swims for Novio Gwynedd. In 4, Bournemouth Collegiate Schools, Catherine McMaster. In 3, Alau Edwards of Novio Gwynedd. In 2, from Swansea Aquatics, Becca Richardson. And in 1, Novio Cigars, Isabella Upton Borman. Finalists, your race referee. We've got 3 swimmers in this race, Edwards, McMaster and Thomas, all of whom got times in the 32s in the heats this morning as we continue our march inexorably towards that magic 30s. And it is those three swimmers who've got the best of the opening half length here. As Edwards was doing well past halfway, but now McMaster coming through again in the light blue cap, and McMaster could get the touch here. Oh, it's a dead heat. 32-1-1 for Allow Edwards in 3 and Catherine McMaster in 4. Unbelievable scenes as Serenity Thomas gets bronze.
Well, Will, I said in the last heat, it's very rare that you see a body length put on a swimmer over 50. Even rarer than that, a dead heat, tied for the gold medal, and therefore Serenity Thomas will take the bronze. 32-1-1 for Allow Edwards and McMaster, lanes 3 and 4, taking the win there.
Yeah, that felt like fate just answering back to you, saying, right, well, you've seen one big win, now let's show you how close it can be. What could be in store for us next up as we move to the 17s final? And we start in lane 8 with Swansea's Maris Williams. In 7 from RCT, it's Nancy Hughes. In lane 6, Sky Bruce of Pembrokeshire County. In 5 from Torvide, Ava Hughes Rolls. In 4, Ellen Winstanley from Hereford. In 3, Seren Holmes of Neath. In 2 from Pembrokeshire County, Julia Ostrovsky. And swimming in lane 1 from Winsford, Holly Buckley. Finalists, your race referee. These finals getting more and more open as we go up the age groups, and a chance once again for someone new to end the 50 meters with gold hanging round their neck. Ellen Winstanley, though, she has picked up some medals so far at this meet, and she's going for another here. She motors her way down towards the finish. Winstanley, this is a phenomenal performance from her. She came into this with a 31.02. What's she going to get? It's a 30.03. Oh my goodness, what a time that is. Second goes to Hughes Rolls to pick up the silver. Bronze for Holmes. But Ellen Winstanley, a gold medal performance like that. Finn, that's incredible.
Yeah, excellent swim there in the middle of the pool. Almost dipping under that 30 mark. 30.03 for Ellen Winstanley. What a swim. There is a disqualification to announce in event 511, heat 1, lane 4. Event 511, heat 1, lane 4.
We move now to the Opens final for the women's 50-metre backstroke. And in lane 7, swimming for the City of Cardiff, it's Emily Blake. In 6, Swansea University's Emily Lush. In 5, Anna Fox of the City of Cardiff. In 4, from Swansea University, Martha Stead. In 3, Scarlett Robinson of Ulverston. In 2, Grace Gillingham of Novio Bangor. And in 1, swimming for RCT, Owen Hughes. Finalists, your race referee. Well, in the previous final, Ellen Winstanley took 99 hundredths off her heat time to go so close to 30. Coming into this, Martha Stead in 4, a 30.87. How quick might she go here? Could she hit that 30-second mark? Leading in lane 4, but not by a huge amount because she is being pushed really hard here by Honor Fox in lane 5, Scarlett Robinson in lane 3. The two of them fighting it out for silver, but it is gold for Martha Stead in a time of 30.4. Silver Robinson, bronze Fox.
Yeah, really good swim there from Martha Stead to bring out our 50-metre backstrokes for the girls. And we'll now be moving to the boys, event 522, the 12 to 14 50-metre backstroke finals.
And swimming in lane 8 in this trials final from Conwy, Jasper Groves. In 7, Herbie Leahy of Pembrokeshire County. In 6, Hereford's Tom Hamer. In 5, from Newmarket, Alexander Irish. In 4, Dylan Griffiths of Newport. In 3, Lucas Williams from Swansea Aquatics. In 2, Team Ipswich's Benjamin Lewis. And in 1, from the Isle of Man, Evan Rowlands. Finalists, your race referee. We're underway in the first of 3 boys finals, the first of 7, the boys and men's, and in lane 4. Our fastest qualifier into this final, Dylan Griffiths with a 34.84. He's already the 100-metre backstroke champion. Can he make it a double here with the 50? He just leads with 20 to go, with about a head and shoulders over Alexander Irish and Tom Hamer. Possibly they could be challenged for the medals by Lucas Williams, but no one's stopping Dylan Griffiths from taking gold. 35.16 for gold, silver Irish, and bronze Hamer.
Great race there to open the boys' 50-metre backstroke. It's another close one for the medals. Just 22/100 separated our silver and bronze. But all the way the gold was to Dylan Griffiths, 35.16, as we move to the 13-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for the City of Cardiff, Jacob Lee. In 7, Bryn Pugh of Torvine. In 6, from Real Dolphin, Harry Nuttall. In 5, Max Staples represents the City of Cardiff. In 4, it's his clubmate, Reese Jenkins. In 3, Charlie DeHaan swims for Holywell. In 2, from Torvine, Noah Cook. And in lane 1, representing Taunton Dean, Thomas Agnew. Finalists, your race referee. Away they go, and in lane 4, Reese Jenkins, the only one of these swimmers to go sub 30. In fact, the only one to go sub 31 in the heats earlier on with a 29.73. He's won the 100, he's won the 200. He's looking for the triple crown here in the backstroke, and he is so determined. Watch him go there, propelling himself towards the wall at 50. There's no stopping him. Silvers between DeHaan and Staples. Gold goes to Reece Jenkins with a 29.69, a sub-30 time, while everyone else comes in 31 and above, but it is silver for Staples and bronze for Dahan.
Yeah, an incredible swim there from the middle of the pool. He's made it a triple now, and once again going under that 30-second mark, 29.69, quicker than he went in the heats this morning.
Up next in lane 8 from Wrexham, Heath Williams. In 7, Conway's Jaden Gray-Thomas. In 6, from Torvine, Dylan Watkins. In 5, Pembrokeshire County's Rory Nodden. In 4, Penario's Ethan King. Racing in 3, Mihal Mrazinski of Conwy. In lane 2, from Mono, Oliver Lee. And in 1, for Newport, it's Jake Davis. Finalists, your race referee. Away they go in this 14s final. 14s final that is absolutely stacked. Ethan King, the champion of the 50 and 100 free. Dylan Watkins, the champion of the 50 fly. Mihal Mrazinski of the 100 back. Which of them will add another gold to their collection? Or could it be someone else entirely? Ethan King coming back here in lane 4, now putting a body length on everybody else, as we have a hard fight from Mrazinski to try and make sure he gets silver at least. There's the reach from King. Gold for the King. Silver to Mrazinski and bronze, Nodden.
Yeah, definitely living up to his name there in lane 4, Ethan King, the king of the sprint events this week, 50-metre freestyle, 100-metre freestyle, and now he adds the 50-metre backstroke to his collection.
Between finals here, Swim Wales would like to take a moment to thank Just Go, the official poolside accreditation sponsor. Their continued support helps deliver a smooth and professional poolside accreditation experience across all national, regional and development events. Swim Wales is grateful for their partnership and their ongoing commitment to the Welsh aquatic community. And while this final day of the Summer Championships does finish a little bit earlier, finishing around about 6 p.m. this evening, that's partly because so many of these coaches, so many of these swimmers have such a long way to travel at the end of it, Finn. We're not just talking about people that are in Cardiff and Newport and Llanelli and Neath. You know, people have huge journeys.
Yeah, there's definitely some clubs here coming from a long way. We got Redditch, we got some more English clubs, of course. Our North clubs, we got Swim Conwy, Nofio Gwynedd. Very long travels for tonight or maybe even tomorrow. And it just shows the dedication that they put in to make sure the swimmers have the best opportunity at these championships.
Yeah, it really is impressive. And of course, the parents as well, driving kids around, getting them on trains and taking them to meets like this and back home. Your sacrifice, your work does not go unnoticed. Speaking of long journeys, though, I know that there were a number of the Swim Wales staff running this event. They were up at the Commonwealth Games last week and then had to travel back from Glasgow to Swansea. I can't remember the exact length they said the journey took, but I didn't know you could drive for that long in the United Kingdom. I didn't think it was big enough, but it was an immense drive back.
Yeah, definitely. I think they said it was just over 10 hours on the way back from Glasgow. So a lot of travelling to get down here for these championships. But we are now ready to move to the 15-year-old final of this boys' 50-metre backstroke.
We start in lane 8 with Jake Samuel of Merthyr Tydfil. In 7, racing for Celtic Dolphins, Cole Morgan. In 6, from Hereford, Joe Hamer. In lane 5, it's Ellesmere's Rhys Linge. In 4, Cambridge's Alexander Pashley. In lane 3, from Novio Cigar, Max Elms. In 2, from Taunton Dean, Jack Woodrow. And in lane 1, Pembrokeshire County's Jack Harwood. Finalists, your race referee. As they go into the water, Hamer and Harwood in 6 and 1. Both have backstroke titles to their name already this week. And with the lanes they're in, it is going to be tough to come through and add another here. This field so even as we come into the final 15. The race really could be anyone's. Up to the wall, they all drive as hard as they can, and now we start to see Pashley and Lynch leaping for it at 29.75 for gold by just 0.04 of a second for Rhys Linge, Pashley in silver and Elms with bronze.
Well, another close final there, and 2 of our swimmers there going under the 30-second mark by quite a margin. Max Elms agonizingly close, just 1/4 of a second away. And it was a close race across the board there in that heat.
It was a close race, but if anyone wants a textbook example of how to finish a 50-meter backstroke, watch that back on the live stream on ARCAE Sports, because Rhys Linge has just put on a clinic there. Up next, the 16 final, and we start in lane 8 with RCT's Henry Gilligan. In 7, from Cardiff, Cameron Deacon. In 6, Blake Davis, also representing Cardiff. In 5, a 3rd Cardiff swimmer, Harry Miles. In 4, from Torvine, Yolo Thomas. In 3, Elliot Milieu of Novio Gwynedd. In 2, also from Novio Gwynedd, Enzo Shilan Griffiths. And in lane 1, representing the Forest of Dean, Tobias Burgum. Finalists, your race referee. Look at the launch off the wall there from Blake Davis in lane 6. What advantage might that give him further down this 50? 2 swimmers in this that went sub 30 in the heats this morning. A 29.59 for Thomas, a 29.87 for Miles in those golden lanes. So far they've not broken away from anybody, but now in the final 10 they are starting to do that. Neck and neck still with each other. Could we have another tie? It's just 500ths between gold and silver. Gold for Yolo Thomas, silver for Harry Miles, and it is bronze for Blake Davis after that fantastic start.
4 swimmers there on a 29 point, a really close finish once again in these 50-meter backstrokes. As we now move to the 17-year-olds.
5 swimmers in this final. So we start in lane 6 with Swansea Aquatics, Griffith Gray. In 5 from Pembrokeshire County, it's Solomon Silverstone. In 4, Oliver Doughty of Mount Kelly. In 3 from Stockport, it's Dylan Hughes. And in 2, representing Novio Cigar, Elaine Galbraith. Finalists, your race referee. We could be about to witness an almighty duel in the golden lanes here. Solomon Silverstone, the 200 backstroke champion. Oliver Doughty, the 100 backstroke champion. Just 0.02 separated them in the heats earlier on. But now, as they come into the closing 15, Silverstone, who hit such form yesterday in that 200 back, with an advantage over Doughty, and here they come to the wall, and it is Silverstone, 28 dead for gold. Silver for Oliver Doughty, with Dylan Hughes taking bronze.
Oliver Doughty was closing in there in the last 15 metres, but there was going to be no beating the blistering stroke rate from Sol Silverstone there. 28 flat to take the win. So we now move to our open age group, the 18 and over final.
Swimming in lane 8 for Torvine, Alfie Doyle. In 7, also representing Torvine, Owen Spinks. In 6, the City of Cardiff's Evan Winston. In 7, Hubert Jasinski of Swansea University. He's just the first of 3 from the uni. In 4, it's Daniel Johnston. In 3, Alfie Hawkins. And then in lane 2, swimming for the City of Cardiff, Oliver Rickson. And in 1, Droitwich's Alexander Payne. Finalists, your race referee. Daniel Johnson coming into this with a 27.53 in lane 4. He emerges in sync with Hubert Jasinski, a 28.40 this morning. In 4 and 5, the 2 Swansea Uni teammates. Hawkins there in 3. Could it be a second podium lockout of the evening? Torvine's already done it. Can Swansea University follow in their footsteps? I think they might, but be careful of Oliver Rickson in 2. To the wall for gold, 27.61, Daniel Johnston, silver Hubert Jasinski, and it is a perfect podium for the University, bronze for Alfie Hawkins.
Yeah, it was the perfect race there from Daniel Johnston, the only swimmer under the 28-second mark, and he timed that finish beautifully on the full stroke, diving down, and he takes the win in a 27.61 for the Swansea Uni 1-2-3.
That brings to an end our backstroke program at this Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. We're going to move on in a moment to the 100-meter butterfly. Finn, I'm a big fan of the butterfly, and I think everyone's a big fan of the 100-meter races. So this is going to be really enjoyable to watch, and a brilliant way to wrap up our individual race program at the championships.
Yeah, they should be electric. 100-meter races, all-out sprint. It's going to be great to watch. And it's going to be nice to see when we get to the end of these, the start of our relay events, which will close off the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026.
Yeah, of course, it won't be the last of the 100 butterfly that we see tonight with that mixed medley relay. We will have legs of 100 fly being put in there. But this is the opportunity the final opportunity for swimmers to stand up individually and have their name called out as the gold medal winners. Their last opportunity to stand on the top step of the podium and walk away with their own final piece of precious metal. You know how that feels. What's it like, that car journey home, knowing that you've come and you've had that really successful meet?
Yeah, it's one of the best feelings ever, really. You know, coming to these meets, it can be hard, a 5-day meet especially, to repeat yourself every day, to be successful every day. But these swimmers will know how to do it. They've done it before, especially those in the later age groups. The younger ones, it might be their first time at this meet, but we've seen some great racing, and I think they've all adapted really well.
Well, without any further ado, let's move on then to the 100-meter butterfly. And we are going to start with a para final. And in lane 3, racing for the city of Hereford, Morgan Fearn. In 5, it's Torvine's Pippa Lawn. And in 4, Heidi Rogerson. Finalists, your race referee. Away they go in this opening final of the 100-meter butterfly. 3 swimmers in the pool, and between them they are racing in 2 different classifications. Morgan Fearn and Heidi Rogerson in lanes 3 and 4, both racing here with an S10 classification. Pippa Lawn S14. So Fearn and Rogerson's times will be compared directly, and then British Para points will come in to work out where they place against Pippa Lawn. Fearn with a 1:32 flat in the heats earlier on. For Rogerson, she got a 1:18.86, and Pippa Lawn a 1:30.67. So it'll be really good to see how each of these 3 swimmers do against those times that they got earlier on.
Yeah, so our lanes 4 and 3 swimmers here, Morgan Fearn and Heidi Rogerson, both swimming in the S10 category, and therefore will score the same points depending on their time. Heidi Rogerson leading at the moment.
Rogerson comes in with a 1:18.74, so she takes 0.12 off her heat time. In next is going to be Pippa Lawn, looking to go sub a 1:30.67. She does, takes more than 2 seconds off her time from this morning. Morgan Fearn just 0.45 over, but really good swims from these 3 women.
And what a great way to open our women's 100-meter butterfly, as we'll now move to the 12-year-old final.
And swimming in lane 8 from the city of Cardiff, Ella Evans. In 1, representing Neath, Madeline Snellgrove. In lane 7, Phoebe Thomas of Cardiff. In 2, Isabel Gwenter goes for Neath. In 6, from Wrexham, Carolina Morgado. In lane 3, Conway's Ella Kendall. In 5, racing for Novio Cigar, Annalise Couris. And in 4, representing Torvine, Isabel Price. Finalists, your race referee. Quick off the blocks is our quickest qualifier to the final, Isabel Price, a 1:10.85 in the heats. It's 5 and a couple of tenths quicker than anybody else went coming into this final. And Elise Kouris in lane 5 alongside Price will want to be much, much closer than that at the end, if not in front herself. As they turn, Price has a lead of 13 hundredths, 1.13 I should say. And 30 metres and closing, with Isabel Price of Torvine bolting clear, holding on to second, Emelise Kouris, but she will be chased all the way by Ella Kendall, the champion in the 200-metre fly, as Price continues to make her charge. Clear water in front of her and 2 body lengths in front of everybody else. It's going to be gold for Isabel Price, but the silver, will it be Kouris? Will it be Kendall? It's Kouris by 33 hundredths, with Kendall taking bronze.
Great win there from Isabel Price, and a really close race once again for the silver and bronze medals. What a way to start this 12 to 1400 meter butterfly.
On now to the 13s, racing in lane 8 for Pembrokeshire County, Elizabeth Davis. In 1, Molly Cooksey-Owen represents Cardiff. In lane 7 from Bolton Metro, it's Rosie Byrne. In 2, Jessica Gray-Thomas from Conway. In lane 6, Nell Owen of Novio Gwyneth. In 3, from Wickham District, Nora Jeffson. In lane 5, Novio Cigars, Isla Berner. And in 4, racing for the city of Cardiff, Katrin Matthews. Finalists, your race referee. Up to the opening 15, and our swimmers getting to maximum speed now, with Matthews in 4, just nudging into an early lead, but a very slim one over Isla Berner of Novio Cigar. Matthews a 1:07.42 coming into this. That's 2 seconds quicker than Berner. Unfortunately, we lost the 50-meter fly champion who was due to be in this final. So we just have one swimmer who has a fly title so far at this meet. That's Nora Jefferson in 3, who's looking good to get herself on the podium now as they come back down.
Yeah, Katrin Matthews and Isla Berner there, turning just 14 100ths away from each other at the 50-meter mark, and it looks to be the City of Cardiff hat now. Katrin Matthews coming through in this second 50.
Yeah, Matthews just trying to stay ahead of Berner despite the challenge that the Novio Cigar swimmers put in. She will do. It's gold for Katrin Matthews. Isla Berner takes silver. And having won in the 200, Nora Jefferson collects bronze.
It was an amazing head-to-head there in the middle of the pool, and Katrin Matthews with an excellent second 50 to hold off Isla Berner. And Nora Jefferson, we've seen her a lot this week, taking the bronze medal in a 1:09.82. We'll now go to the 14 years final.
Swimming in lane 8 for the city of Cardiff, it's Caddy Jones. In 1, Torvine's Alex Sherrod. Racing in lane 7, Layla Williams from Newtown. In 2, it's Seren Pitt of Cardiff. In lane 6, a Torvine swimmer, Lola Grace Jones. In 3, another Cardiff representative, Ella Ems. In lane 5, from Newport, Nina Clack. And in 4, representing the city of Cardiff, Mai Van Mina. Finalists, your race referee. How about that start from Mai van Mina in lane 4? She's just seen her younger clubmate, Katrin Matthews, winning in the same lane. And she wants to do the same, but she's going to have strong competition from her other clubmates, Ella Ems in 3 and Seren Pitt in 2, as they work their way up to the 50-meter turn. Mina, Ems, Pitt. Could it be a Cardiff 1, 2, 3 now?
Well, the 3 City of Cardiff swimmers there popping up together. They're in a line already. The blue hats on the far side of the pool. Lanes 4, 5, lanes 2, 3, and 4.
They're into the closing half a length. It is still Mina from Ems from Pitt. Look at the challenge now, though, from Torvine in lane 6, and Lola Grace-Jones trying to come through here, trying to get a medal of her own as the Cardiff swimmers come up in sync. 1, 2, 3, they've done it again. Mai van Mina with gold. Silver for Seren Pitt, bronze for Ella Ems in lane 3. Cardiff following in the footsteps of Torvine and Swansea University.
It was an excellent effort from Lola Grace-Jones there in lane 6, but it was not enough to stop the Cardiff 1, 2, 3.
Up next, it is the 15s final, and we begin in lane 8 with Neath Carrie Bittix. In lane 1, representing Novio Gwynedd, it's Emily Sutton. In lane 7, RCT's Lily Williams. Racing in 2 from Novio Gwynedd, Nell Hughes. In 6, another RCT swimmer, Mia Ryan. In lane 3 from Ellesmere, Molly Bates. In 5, Lola Tejado represents the City of Cardiff. And in lane 4, from Novio Cigar, Anastasia Kazmaruk. Finalists, your race referee. Second successive race that we've seen an electric start in lane 4. Anastasia Kazmaruk of Novio Cigar in the red cap with a narrow lead as they go past 30 up towards the sole turn. Who will get the best launch off the wall as they embark upon the 50 meters back to the start end? Kazmaruk leads. She leads by 1700ths over Molly Bates.
This heat tight as anything at the 50-meter mark as our swimmers now charge down the pool. 35 meters left to swim. Maybe the City of Cardiff out of lane 5 just edging ahead, but the charge on the far side of the pool now from the Ellesmere and Novio Cigar hats.
This is one of the most even finals we've had so far. Molly Bates in lane 3 just sneaking ahead in the closing stages, and it will be gold for Molly Bates. Lola Tejado is silver, Anastasia Kazmaruk bronze.
An incredible second half of the race there from Molly Bates of lane 3, the Ellesmere swimmer, 107.67. Excellent racing.
On to the 16s. Swimming in lane 8 from Swansea Aquatics, Becca Richardson. In 1, Pembrokeshire County's Freya Thompson. In lane 7, from Novio Gwynedd, Marley Roberts. In 2, the City of Cardiff's Ellen Matthews. In 6, from Conwy, Amelia Sinovich. In lane 3, Edith Lee races for Cardiff. In lane 5, Warrington have Emily Hall. And in lane 4, Megan Daniel goes for Carron. Finalists, your race referee. Well, you're going to love this as a contest in the golden lanes. We have our champions in the 50 and the 200 fly. Megan Daniel in 4. She won the 50 fly yesterday. Emily Hall in lane 5 won the 200 fly on Thursday. They're splitting the difference now. Who will triumph over the middle sprint as they make their way to the turn end? Edith Lee says, you know what, it's going to be neither of them. I'm going to take it.
Turning on a 30.02 there, that's a very strong first 50. Edith Lee looking to take this heat out strong. She looks to be coming back just as strong. The white hat and the yellow hats of the golden lanes going with her. 15 metres left to swim now for Edith Lee.
Cardiff already have 2 golds in this 100-metre fly. They've already locked out 1 podium. Could they get another gold here, or will Megan Daniel come through at the end? Gold, Megan Daniel and carried on. Silver to Cardiff's Edith Lee, and it is bronze for Emily Hall and Warrington.
An ambitious first 50 from Edith Lee was enough to secure silver medal, but Megan Daniel with an excellent finish, taking the gold in a 104.41.
On now to the 17s, swimming in lane 8 from Cirencester, Amelia Stenson. In 1, Oswestry's Lexi Roberts. In lane 7, from Novio Sergar, Libby Geach. In 2, Torvine's Ava Hughes-Rolls. In lane 6, from Coventry, Rebecca Jones. In lane 3, racing for Novio Gwyneth, Eva Doiver-Clark. In 5, Hereford's Ellen Winstanley. And in 4, representing Millfield, Fionn Elsby Adams. Finalists, your race referee. Back in the water is Ellen Winstanley after that really good 50-meter backstroke. She is looking for more golds here as she bolts away in lane 5. But Ava Doifer-Clark in 3 is going even quicker right now up to the turn end. Doifer-Clark, she won the 50 fly yesterday. She wants another gold today.
Yeah, Ellen Winstanley in the 50-metre backstroke early, and she turns first in a 29.18. We've seen so many hybrid swimmers across these championships, and here's a prime example. Lane 5, she seems to be still leading, but the Novio Gwynedd hat of lane 3, Eva Doiver-Clark, goes with her.
These times are going to be astounding because Fionn Elsby Adams in 4 qualified with a 104.82, the quickest of any women in the 100-meter fly, and they're beating her here. Winstanley with gold with a 103.33, silver to Elsby Adams, and a bronze for Ava Doifer-Clark.
Yeah, an excellent final swim there in lane 5, over 2 seconds faster than her heat from this morning. And lane 4, the Millfield hat taking silver in a 104.51.
Opens final up next. And representing Swansea University in lane 8, it's Megan Davis. In 1 from the city of Cardiff, Mari Gibson. In lane 7, Swansea University's Daisy Dewsbury. In 2, also from Swansea University, Megan Cumner. Swimming in lane 6, also for the uni, Hannah Willis. In lane 3, it's Cardiff's Isabel Morgan. In 5, from Neath, Lowry Lewis. And in 4, a 5th Swansea Uni swimmer in this final, it is Lucy Grant. Finalists, your race referee. This final is going to be fast. The slowest time coming into it, a 1:06.94. The quickest, a 1:05.13. It is also going to be tight, and that is being shown right now. Our swimmers in a line going past 35 meters up towards the end of the pool to make their turn. Who might have the advantage at the wall?
The so well-known rivalry of Swansea and Cardiff in this final. And don't count out the Neath Hatch in lane 5, Lowry Lewis. They're in a line here coming down this third 25. Looks to be the 2 golden lanes leading at the moment, Lowry Lewis of Neath and Lucy Grant of Swansea University.
If you tuned in now, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was the 50 fly with how close they are and how fast they are going. This is a wonderful swim from the women in this final. In lane 5, could it be Lewis for gold? It is Lewis for gold. Lucy Grant takes silver. Isabel Morgan, bronze.
So many Swansea University and Cardiff swimmers in that final, but it's the Neath, Lowry Lewis who takes it.
We're going to stick with the 100 fly. We're going to move to the boys' finals now. And we begin with the 12s. And in lane 6, for Cambrian, Reese Williams. In lane 3, for Newport, it's Llewellyn Balch. In 5, from the Isle of Man, Evan Rowlands. And in 4, from Conwy, Toby Manda. Finalists, your race referee. And they are away in our opening final of the boys' 100 fly. Just the 4 swimmers in it. And a range of times. Toby Manda of Conwy. And truly staggering, 1:14.99. Given the age group Amanda is in, that represents an astounding margin over his competitors in the pool. Can he repeat his feat in the heat and put in a similar performance here? He turns at a 33.72.
Yeah, a 1:14 set by Toby Manda, the Conwy swimmer in this morning's heat. A 33 sets him up lovely to go faster than that tonight. He's surely going to go faster than a 41 here on the way back. 53 seconds through 75. And the race for silver and bronze is certainly on. All 3 of our swimmers trailing very closely.
Yeah, really good podium battle here. It's a shame that one of them has to miss out. Maybe we could get a tie for bronze, though, and keep them all on. Toby Manda gold in a 1:12.87. Can you believe it? Silver goes to Llewellyn Balch. Bronze to Reese Williams. And Evan Rowlands just behind him by a very narrow margin.
Yeah, and great to see there all 4 of our swimmers dipping under the 120 mark. Only Toby Manda coming into this race with doing that in the heat, but all 4 of them now breaking that barrier as we move to the 13s.
And swimming in lane 8 for the City of Cardiff, Jacob Lee. In 1, another Cardiff swimmer, Henri King. In lane 7, Harry Dadswell represents Pembrokeshire County. In 2, it's Crawley's Leo Howes. In 6, from Royal, Harry Nuttall. Swimming in lane 3 for Mono, Oscar Hewitt. In 5, Noah Cook representing Torvine. And in lane 4, of course, Torvine have another swimmer. It's Bryn Pugh. Finalists, your race referee. How might this final go? Harry Nuttall launching himself into the water in lane 6, the winner of the 200-meter fly. But in lane 4, Bryn Pugh, fresh off the thrill of victory in the 50 fly last night, will also be trying to add a second butterfly crown to his mantle. Oscar Hewitt of Mono in lane 3, got a good start, and he's going to be pushing Pugh all the way here as they come into the turn. It is Pugh, then Nuttall, then Cook and Hewitt.
Just over a second separating the top 3 swimmers going into that turn. The 2 Torvine Dolphin teammates going well in the golden lanes, but Harry Nuttall, lane 6, and our lane 3 swimmer here, Oscar Hewitt, not letting them go. Looks to be the lane 4 Torvine Dolphin, Bryn Pugh just edging ahead slowly here.
Yeah, Pugh with a small margin as he continues to fling those arms forwards, eyeing up the finishing wall, and there he is, gold with a 106.93. Nuttall gets back for silver, and Noah Cook with the bronze.
Not quite the Torvine Dolphin 1-2, but they'll still take gold and bronze. And Harry Nuttall, once again, seeing him, he's had a great week so far, taking the silver.
Oscar Hewitt just off the podium, but only by 1/100th of a second. A brilliant swim from the lane 3 man from Mono. Up next is the 14s. And we have in lane 8, Wrexham's Jake Evans. In 1 from the city of Cardiff, Fraser Hughes. In 7, another Wrexham swimmer, Heath Williams. In 2, Mono's Theo Bancroft. In 6, from RCT, Freddie Hughes. In 3, Kyo Evans Williams swims for Penzance. In 5, Nuneaton's Nicholas Griffiths. And in 4, from Torvine, Dylan Watkins. Finalists, your race referee. So the positions in this, the same as last time. Our 200-meter fly champion swimming in lane 6, our 50-meter fly champion in lane 4. Dylan Watkins coming in with a 1:03.62. That represents an advantage of 2.5 seconds over anybody else this afternoon. He does lead as they come within 10 meters of the turn, but that does not mean it will be the same at 100. He's just ahead of Griffiths.
Dylan Watkins there with a 0.6 of a lead. It's a convincing one going into the first turn, but he's not having it all his own way.
Yeah, this is a real arm wrestle amongst our top 4. Evans, Williams, Watkins, Griffiths and Hughes. In those middle 4 lanes, it is Watkins who's pushing ahead as we come into the final 5. Evans Williams should get silver here. Who will take the bronze? It is just Freddie Hughes by 0.05 of a second, with Evans Williams in silver and Dylan Watkins, your gold medalist.
Yeah, who else but the 50-meter butterfly champion to take this 100 fly. Dylan Watkins, Torvine Dolphins once again, 1:03.86.
Well, we have just 4 men's finals of the butterfly to go before the relays. Just 4 individual races left at these summer championships. It's gone so fast. Just like our swimmers. In lane 1, it's Torvine's Noah Jones. In 7, Cardiff's Hugo Harvey. In lane 2, from Cardiff, Tobias Luke Bastian. In 6, Sebastian Payne of Droitwich. In lane 3, Ethan Wolseley racing for St Neots. In 5, from Torvine, Zach Williams. And in 4, Lucas Goody de Diego swims for Guildford. Finalists, your race referee. Well, the trend continues. 200 champion in lane 6 in the form of Sebastian Payne. The 50-meter champion in 4 in the form of Lucas Goody de Diego in that black cap. And it is so even past the 25. No swimmer yet able to push into an advantage. And it may well be pretty much a dead heat as we come to the 50-meter turn. Our swimmers working hard to get to that wall first and launch themselves off it. Goody de Diego just ahead of Payne.
Yeah, the top 3 there, including the 50 fly and the 200-meter fly champions. Will we see a new champion in the 100 fly, or will somebody make it the double?
Goody de Diego with that narrow lead past 25, and he continues to throw himself forward as he's chased every stroke of the way by Williams and Payne in 5 and 6, as Wolseley tries to get himself into medal contention as well. Gold for Goody de Diego, 1:02.22. Silver, Sebastian Payne, and Zach Williams will collect bronze.
And once again, they're seeing the 50 champion take the 100 to add to their collection. A controlled swim from Lucas Goody de Diego, 1:02.22. Sebastian Payne just 6/10 away from the gold medal.
The 16s are up next, and swimming in lane 8 in this final, thanks to the swim off earlier on from Novio Cigar, Finley Phillips. In 1, Cardiff's Sebastian Parfitt. In lane 7, Yolo Thomas represents Torvine. In 2, another Cardiff swimmer, Ned Griffith. In 6, Solomon Gwynfield of Cardiff. In 3, from Tiverton, Benjamin Greenslade. In 5, Cardiff's Jack Cavill. And in lane 4, representing Novio Gwynedd, Elliot Milieu. Finalists, your race referee. Powerful start across our 8 swimmers. Ned Griffith will just have seen Sebastian Payne take silver in the 100, having won gold in the 200. Griffith won gold in the 200, but he's going to have to try and get a medal from further out here in lane 2. He needs to chase down Greenslade in 3, and our 50-meter champion, Milieu, who will lead at that distance.
A tight race at the front of this, and also lane 8, Finley Phillips, of course, he was in the swim-off just to make it into this final, his 3rd 100-meter butterfly of the day. He's got to be feeling it now, but he put an extraordinary effort to just make it into this final. But back to the front then, Elliot Melier, lane 4, the Novio Gwynedd, 15 meters to go.
Into the final 10, Milieu comfortable here. It's going to be a 2nd fly gold, and it's a 59 flat. What an incredible swim. Silver for Greenslade, and it is bronze for Jack Cavill.
Well, Elliot Melia there, 59 flat, dipping under that 1 minute mark. He set a 1:00.23 in the heats. He's got to be happy with that, you'd think.
Well, we've 2 more finals to see how many other swimmers can get themselves below a minute. What a way it would be to see us out in this individual swimming program. 17s are up next, and we begin this time in lane 1 with Kingston's Thomas Evans. In lane 7, it's Penaryl's Kobe Chapman. In 2, Elian Galbraith of Noviosoga. Swimming in lane 6 for Mount Kelly, Oliver Doughty. In 3, from RCT, Freddie Brock. In 5, Torvines, Johan Mills. And in 4, Pembrokeshire Counties, Dexter West. Finalists, your race referee. The 17s final underway, and we already have an electric start from Dexter West in lane 4, who is simply not hanging about. The only one of these men who came in with a sub 1 minute time. We saw a time like that to win the previous final. Will Dexter West have it in him to repeat that feat? He comes into the turn just under 3/4 of a second ahead of Mills.
An absolutely stacked final here. Freddie Brock taking all 3 breaststroke events. Johan Mills and Dexter West swam at Next Gen last week. Dexter West, of course, swimming the 200-metre butterfly last week. And he's here in Wales for the 100, 15 metres to go. He goes through 15 on 47. This is going to be rapid.
Identical stroke rates for so much of that length for Dexter West and Johan Mills, but West just able to claw more water with every single one. A 58.06 for gold. Johan Mills goes sub 1 minute for silver, and Freddie Brock with the bronze.
Freddie Brock absolutely buzzing with the bronze medal there, and Dexter West, he's got to be happy with that. Agonisingly close to that sub 58 swim, but 58.06 after a long week at Next Gen. Coming here today, 58.06, and Johan Mills 59.89 to take the silver.
And we move now to the Opens final of the men's 100 fly. Please welcome, in lane 1, from Swansea University, Lloyd Jones. In 1 from Torvine, Owen Spinks. In lane 7, Ellesmere's Sammy Pricer. In 2, Cardiff's Oliver Rickson. In lane 6, from Torvine, Morgan Pugh. In 3, Novio Cigars, Johan Chrissy Rogers. In 5, Wrexham's Rhys Darby. And in lane 4, representing Swansea University in home water, Lucas Staines. Finalists, your race referee. What a performance we saw from our swimmers in the previous few finals. Let's finish with another spectacle befitting of these wonderful summer championships. Lucas Staines bolting away in lane 4. Is there anyone that can grab a hold of his coattails and stay with him as he motors up towards the turn? Absolutely rampaging through the water here. 25.79 opening 50.
Well, to go sub 26 through 50 on a 100-metre butterfly takes something special. And Lucas Staines certainly is that in lane 4, the green cap of Swansea University.
He is absolutely amped for this one. Rhys Darby now, though, looks to be clawing back water on him. Darby trying to draw level. He'll have silver at worst, Darby, but could it be gold? Inside the final few meters, Staines v Darby. It's about the touch. It's Rhys Darby. It is gold with 56.36. That is quite simply astonishing. After the opening 50 from Lucas Staines, for Rhys Darby to answer back like that and get a 56.36 to make the final individual gold at these summer championships. Unbelievable stuff.
What a way to finish our individual events. That second 50 from Rhys Darby was simply astonishing, to finish with a 56.36, trailing at the 50. What a swim.
4 swimmers, sub 1 minute. Pugh in 4th, Cressy Rogers takes the bronze, Lucas Staines with the silver, Rhys Darby, after all that success up in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games, coming back down here, and he ends the program with a gold medal. Wow. I've got to say, Finn, if the whole thing ended on that, I think we would feel we'd had our fill. We would feel that was a fitting ending. But we get to have even more fun right now because we have 3 finals in the mixed 4x100 meter medley relay. Let's bring our teams on, and we start in lane 6 with Pembrokeshire County. In 5, it's the City of Cardiff's A team. In 4, Holywell. In 3, Neath. And then racing in lane 2, it is the City of Cardiff's B team. Cardiff once again showcasing their strength and depth, able to put multiple teams into the relay. And of course, they have already won the 2 titles in this 12 to 13 age group in the 4x100 free and 4x200 free. What might happen in the 4x100 medley? We are minutes away from finding out. Relay teams, your race referee. Our 5 teams are away in this opening leg. Of course, it being the medley, we start with our swimmers in the water for the backstroke leg. You can't hand over to a backstroke leg in the water. And we'll go through our swimmers in the pool right now. So the Cardiff B team start with Chloe Bates. Blair Morris swimming for Neath in 3. Holywell with Charlie DeHaan in lane 4. Rhys Jenkins starts things for Cardiff's A team, and he is leading the way back on this backstroke leg. And then Pembrokeshire County starting off with Elizabeth Davis in lane 6.
Yeah, Rhys Jenkins here, lane 5, giving Cardiff the dream start to this mixed 4x1 medley relay. Ellie Ryan now will take over for the breaststroke leg.
Ellie Ryan hotly pursued by Holywell's Noah Jones Walker. And then pretty much neck and neck are Pembrokeshire County with Ellie Ryan Well, it should be Ewan Monan, looking at the wrong line. And Cardiff's B team was Zach Jones. I mean, imagine having a B team and Zach Jones is on it after the performances he's put in at these championships. It's incredible. And in lane 3, Neath's Gethin Lewis.
Yeah, like you said, well, it shows the depth that the City of Cardiff hold over these championships. Most of these relays they've managed to put in 2 very competitive teams, sometimes even going 1-2 over the A and B teams.
And they come down now, 15 metres to go until the changeover. Ellie Ryan switches with Katrin Matthews of Cardiff. Thea Cartwright's in for Hollywell. And is she able to gain some ground on Cartwright and stop Cardiff going 3 from 3 in this age category in the relays? Well, Cardiff's B team, they are looking strong in 3rd place now. Molly Cooksey-Owen in as Harry Dadswell of Pembrokeshire County tries to pace her down, and Aria Coles takes over for Neath, currently in 5th place.
Yeah, it was Noah Jones-Walker there for Hollywell, putting in the work on the breaststroke to try close the gap that Rhys Jenkins gave the City of Cardiff on the first leg.
Real power and commitment shown here by Katrin Matthews in lane 5. Desperate to make sure she gets back and hands over to Sam Jones in the lead. And if Sam Jones takes over when your team is in the lead, well, feels like there's only one outcome, Finn.
Yeah, definitely a really safe takeover there in lane 5. They know they've done the work, they just need to finish the job now. And Hollywell holding a very comfortable 2nd place in this heat. There could be a race here for 3rd.
Yeah, Hollywell with Emily McEwen in the water to secure them silver. Cardiff sending in Omri King on the final leg. Lottie Hawkins taking over for Pembrokeshire County as Neath come to make their final change. Levi Ironside waits on the blocks. In he goes. Cardiff already with just half a length to go to come back to the finish here. On Thursday, they won the 4x1 free. On Friday, the 4x2 free. Night off yesterday. And they're going to wrap up the Summer Championships on Sunday with a 3rd gold from 3 in this age group in the relays. And it is a winning time of 4:33.63.
And Will, who else to finish it than Sam Jones? We've seen so much of him this week, especially over the freestyle events. He's been the freestyle specialist of his age group. He's taken that home really well for Cardiff.
He certainly has. Silver is going to go the way of Hollywell. A good final leg from Emily McEwen. Cardiff B coming in with Omri King for bronze. And there it is, 4th for Pembrokeshire County as Neath are on their way to the finish. And we'll see what time they record as they come in here. I mean, Sam Jones, he had 5 gold medals individually coming into today, 2 relay gold medals, and then he's taken this one as well. So a minimum of 8 gold medals. I'm trying to think whether he's won anything else this evening. I don't think so, but I think 8 golds for Sam Jones.
An absolutely extraordinary week he has had. And we now move to the next relay, which will have 8 teams with us, Will.
A packed pool. Get yourselves ready. This is going to be pure excitement. Swimming in lane 8. It is Swansea Aquatics B team. In 7, Celtic Dolphins. In lane 6, it is Pembrokeshire County. In 5, Wrexham. In lane 4, the City of Cardiff. In 3, Novio Gwyneth. In 2, Swansea Aquatics A team. And in lane 1, Neath. So we had 2 different winners in this age group. The 4x1 free on Thursday was won by Pembrokeshire County. The 4x2 free on Friday was won by the City of Cardiff. Pembrokeshire County go in 6 here. The City of Cardiff go in 4. Relay teams, your race referee. And they are off. In lane 1, Neath start with Carrie Bissix. Ellie Jenkins going first on this backstroke for Swansea Aquatics. Novio Gwyneth open up with Alau Edwards. Cameron Deacon first up for Cardiff. Wrexham put their trust in Caitlin Elson on this opening leg. Jack Harwood is the backstroker for Pembrokeshire County. Dolphins go with Cole Morgan and Lola Goodman first up for Swansea's B team.
No surprises here then, seeing Pembrokeshire County and City of Cardiff at the front of this relay. Jack Harwood and Cameron Deacon taking this heat out blisteringly. Jack Harwood just with the edge here, 75 metres swam, 25 metres left to go. Cameron Deacon, City of Cardiff staying with him, and lane 7's Cole Morgan, Celtic Dolphins also staying with them.
Yeah, Pembrokeshire County and Cardiff searching for the bragging rights in the relays in this age group. 1 title each at these summer championships. Pembrokeshire handover in the lead as Harwood swaps with Reese Thomas onto the breaststroke leg. Cardiff have Archie Thomas in the water now. Holding third. Well, it's very close, but Novio Gwyneth have Lure in, while the Dolphins have Lily Knight in the water. And then the fight for 4th, super close as well. Swansea's B team with Oliver Hale going. Wrexham put in Heath Williams, and then in lanes 2 and 1, it's Isaac Antwistle for Swansea A and Miley Watkins for Neath.
And the charge now from Elliot Mellier, the breaststroke specialist. He swam at Next Gen last week. He's been very successful over this last season, and he is charging down the City of Cardiff and Pembrokeshire County, coming into the last length of this breaststroke leg.
Given the feats we've already seen from Lure in the pool this evening, this is a brilliant effort from the young man, and he's going to hand over with his team in 2nd place. Cardiff with Edith Lee now in the water. Esilth Ak Reese for Novio Gwyneth. Pembrokeshire have Freya Thompson in the water. And they are your 3 leading teams occupying the provisional medal positions. In 7, Erin Davis for the Celtic Dolphins. Becca Richardson for Swansea B in lane 8. Swansea A send in Paige Williams now, while Declan Smith taking over for Neath. All 8 of our teams on their fly leg, but Cardiff on their way back to the final change.
We saw Edith Lee earlier on in her individual 100-metre butterfly, and she's doing it again here. This will be her 3rd one of the day, and she looks just as powerful coming into her last 15 metres.
Poised on the blocks for the final leg, the anchor for Cardiff, Faith Richards. Enzo Shaw and Griffiths is there for Novio Gwyneth. And for Pembrokeshire County, Fionn Griffiths waits on the blocks. Cardiff are in the water. So now, Novio Gwyneth, Pembrokeshire County go in. That's your 1, 2, 3. Shylon Griffiths will motor down this first 50, doing everything he can to catch Faith Richards of Cardiff and to put his team into a gold medal winning position. The final changes come for Wrexham, Ava Lednow-Moulton. For Swansea Aquatics with Oscar Harvey Sullivan, and for their B team, Finley Higgins. on their way back. It is a small lead for Novio Gwynedd over the City of Cardiff. Look how hard Faith Richards is working to stay here with Shailen Griffiths, and this is a wonderful swim from both these two young athletes. An absolutely exceptional effort as Novio Gwynedd come in to take gold with 4:24.25, the City of Cardiff silver. And that means honours will be spread evenly in this age group. 1 gold for Pembrokeshire County on Thursday, 1 gold for Cardiff on Friday, 1 gold for Novio Gwynedd on Sunday. Bronze now for Pembrokeshire.
What a collective swim that was from the Novio Gwynedd quartet. They gave Enzo Shailen Griffiths a job to do in the last 100, and he executed, taking the gold there by 2 seconds.
Swansea Aquatics A team getting back in 4th. 5th going to Wrexham. 6th to the Celtic Dolphins. 7th to Swansea B, and 8th to Neath. Right, this is it. We have had 5 days, 3 sessions each, countless races, unbelievable performances, wonderful gold medals, and we finish with 1 more relay in the 4x1 mixed medley. We just had a full pool of 8. This is going to be a duel in the pool. Just 2 teams, 2 clubs, a local rivalry. Stepping up to the blocks now. In the lane 5, it is Neath. And in 4, in home water, with home support, Swansea Aquatics. The honour of winning the final gold of these summer championships will go to one of these 2 teams, to 4 of these 8 swimmers, getting themselves ready at the starting blocks. Swansea v Neath, a rivalry known so well in this part of the world. Relay teams, your race referee. And we are off on the opening 100, the backstroke leg. Swansea have Alexandra Jenkins in lane 4. Neath go with Harvey Gubb in 5, first up. And Finn, one of the things I love about calling these relays is that we don't have a seeding time. We don't know what these teams are going to put out. And so for us, it's just as much of a surprise as it is for all of the people watching.
Yeah, definitely. It makes for a very exciting, enthusiastic atmosphere into these relays. And we've seen 2 different tactics already at the start of this race. 1 team opt in for a male, 1 team opt in for a female, meaning we're going to see some different swimmers throughout this race. Oshan Richardson there we can see getting ready for Swansea Aquatics, and Lowry Lewis, who we saw dominate the women's 100-metre butterfly, taking out that Swansea-Cardiff rivalry for Neath.
Yeah, so they're going to swap. It'll be a male swimmer handing over to a female swimmer for Swansea, and vice versa. Oh, sorry, for Neath and vice versa for Swansea. Neath leading a 1:09.10. The split at the end of the backstroke. In go Swansea, a 1:18.15. And on we go to the breaststroke leg. Already Kessie Owen past half length as Oshan Richardson gets to work trying to catch her up.
Kessie Owen will know Oshan Richardson is on the charge here. And his stroke rate is very high through this first 50. Kessie Owen will turn first with around 10 metres on the Swansea Aquatics team.
Yeah, the margin still sizable for Neath. And Owen will look to preserve that as she comes through her final half length. She has put in a really, really good second leg here for Neath as she prepares to hand over to Lowry Lewis. Maris Williams steps onto the blocks for Swansea. So Neath going male swimmer, female, female, male, and Swansea going male swimmer, female, female. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line again. Female swimmer, male, female swimmer, male swimmer. The lead still with Neath in lane 5. Lowry Lewis trying to pull away from Maris Williams.
Well, we saw Lowry Lewis earlier in the 100-meter butterfly, and you can imagine if she's given a lead to hold on to, she's not going to lose it. She may even just grow on that lead and give the best opportunity for Neath to bring this home in the final stages of this race, this day, this session, this event, Will.
Yeah, what a finish it would be for Neath to take this relay title. They've put teams into almost all of the relays. They haven't won any of them yet. It would be massive to finish up with a gold medal winning performance. Cian Lewis on the blocks for Neath. Owen Twigger steps up alongside him, but he will have to wait to jump in just yet. 3:33.09 for Neath at the final handover. What is the margin going to be? What does Twigger have to chase down? 3:44. There's 11 seconds as Owen Twigger sets about trying to pace down Cian Lewis on this freestyle 100. 11 seconds. Surely it can't be done. But if anyone can, Owen Twigger, Swansea Aquatics, and he is going at a rate of knots.
He started this 100 very, very fast here, Owen Twigger. He's whittled that gap down to just 8 seconds, and he comes out of that breakout with a massive leg kick, chasing Neath down, and Swansea, well, they're raising the arena here, Will.
Well, Twigger has hit the jets here. Look at the coaches on the side of the pool. They believe that Twigger can do this. Twigger has to believe that he can do this. He is coming. Twigger is coming. Cian Lewis, can he hang on into the wall? Cian Lewis gets there. 4:37.63, the winning time. Unbelievable from Neath, but what a swim from Twigger to take 11 seconds down to just 1.
Absolutely unbelievable. I didn't think he'd get close there, Will, when he dived in, but my God, less than a second, didn't it?
Wow. If there is a race to sum up these summer championships, with all the drama, with the twists and turns, with the close finishes, with the comeback swims, it was that final mixed medley relay.
100%. The atmosphere in here, I've never felt it like that, Will, I'll be honest. That was electric.
Yeah, I think the coaches enjoyed that on the sidelines. They were really giving their all, helping Twigger and helping Lewis get to the end. And there's the congratulations for that winning Neath side. Well, throughout this entire event, we have had some absolutely essential people, and some of the most important are, of course, our wonderful officials. So for the final time, can we please give them a huge thank you as they take their exit from the pool deck. But it's not just the officials that deserve thanks. A massive, massive amount of gratitude from all of the swimmers, I am sure, to their coaches and to their parents for their support and their advice throughout this championship. It's a brilliant well done as well to the Swim Wales staff for organising this event. A big thank you to everybody who works at the Wales National Pool for putting on the event. I, of course, want to say thank you to all of my co-coms through the week, Alex Sargent at the early part of the week, Jake Lee recently, and Finn, it's been great to have you alongside me these last couple of days as well. Any standout memories from the week for you? You've been in the pool yourself, you've been up here, you've been in the stands. what's going to be your takeaway?
I've said this to so many people already, but it's got to be Freddie Brock taking the 3 breaststroke events. It was in my age group. I gave him a great race on the 200, but he got the job done, 50, 100, 200, and we saw that in his celebrations at the end of the week.
Well, it is a meet that is going to live long in the memory for everybody that was here, and also for some that weren't, and we're following it along on the ARCAE Sports live stream on YouTube. Thank you to every single person in your thousands that have joined that live stream through the week, has supported the swimmers from afar. I really hope you've enjoyed the production, and we will be able to bring you more coverage in the future. But for now, from Finley Bennett and from me, Will Shepherd, it is a big thank you and good night.